Live? All right, hello everyone. Jason Siskowski for Status Coup here out in Broadview, Illinois, outside of the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility. John, let's not waste any time. Let's immediately show those two men up there on top of the building. You can see there two federal agents who are up on top of the federal ICE detention facility here in Broadview, Illinois. That's a perch where we have not seen officers up there in quite some time. They've been taking more of a relaxed approach to crowd management out here, content to let Illinois State Police, local Broadview Police deal with the protesters out here. So their presence up on that rooftop was catching the attention of some of the demonstrators out here, and it's something that we're going to keep an eye on, is exactly what kind of federal presence is out here, because we're expecting a little bit of a protest out here today of folks out here in the Halloween spirit, out here in costumes, and we'll hear and see from several of those protesters shortly. But I wanted to start by walking you through a few of the developments that have happened out here in just the last few days. The first being that yesterday was Halloween, and the governor of Illinois, the Democratic governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, had asked the federal government to take a one-day pause just for Halloween, just for trick-or-treating, to get federal agents to relax on their immigration enforcement efforts so that families could be relaxed and go out and enjoy the holiday together and not have the pall of potentially being having masked gunmen or masked men wearing with guns jumping out of unmarked vehicles, demanding that they see paperwork for one day out here in Chicago. And in response, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said not only was she not going to grant that request, but she said that if anything, they would ramp up ICE operations here in the Chicagoland area. And we saw quite a bit of ICE activity and federal agents activity, especially in the northern suburbs yesterday, but it still had an impact within the city proper. John and I were in the Little Village neighborhood for the trick-or-treating festivities that were going on out there. And while we were out there, we heard from some families who were talking about the conflict within them. Parents talking about how conflicted they felt about having their kids out in this largely Hispanic neighborhood out trick-or-treating this year. I asked one mother about it, who had said that she wasn't too sure if she wanted to be out there this year in that neighborhood trick-or-treating. When I asked her why, she broke down in tears. That was the emotion that is inside the people here in Chicago right now. The fear for themselves, for their families, for what might happen to their communities on even a holiday that is meant to be filled with a lot of fun for children. But of course, instead, what we have seen here in the Chicagoland area is ICE just abducting people, not hardened criminals the way that the Trump administration had framed their actions out here, but instead just grabbing whoever they could based purely on the color of their skin, where they worked. They were grabbing day laborers. They're grabbing food cart vendors. They're grabbing people who are doing their laundry. They're grabbing people who are just waiting for the bus. That is who the federal government is detaining here, in many cases arresting, and then putting in that brick building directly behind the camera. In many cases being held there in what is now being alleged in federal court filing. This is another recent development. Federal court filing we see some of the costumes coming through here. We will start talking to some of these demonstrators shortly. But yes, a class action lawsuit was filed in a federal court out here alleging some truly appalling conditions on the inside. Folks being deprived of sleep, being denied food, being denied sunlight. That's plain with your eyes. The windows to this building boarded up. The folks inside not allowed to leave. And then also being forced to sign away rights, that they sign away rights after signing documents that they did not understand. That is what is being alleged inside of a class action lawsuit that was just filed yesterday. And then I'll also note that this morning, John and I were live outside of a Home Depot in Cicero, Illinois. That Home Depot was the site of protests directed at the company. Nationwide protests directed at the company right now, asking it to do something, anything to respond to what the federal government is doing, both here in Chicago and across the country as it carries out its immigration agenda, abducting these people, making the customers and the day laborers who are at these Home Depots feel unsafe, feel scared, have to take off running at just the sight of an unmarked van pulling in to the parking lot. And the pleas from the organizers there and from elected officials is that that company respond by doing anything, either even just through words, saying something about what is happening in their stores and in their parking lots, and also maybe take even further action by locking their doors when ICE agents arrive, or releasing a surveillance video of these arrests that are happening on Home Depot properties. That is what is happening in these communities right now, and that is what these activists are demanding for change. We're going to hear from more of them here outside of Broadview, Illinois, the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility in just a moment. But we're going to listen in here for just a moment on what these protesters have to say before we start those interviews.
The citizens. Cato number 4, likely George Clinton, writes that those who have governed have been found in all ages ever active to enlarge their powers and abridge the public liberty. Thomas Jefferson, Kentucky Resolutions in 1798, writes, in questions of power, then let no more be heard of confidence in man, but bind him down from mischief by the chains of the Constitution. Their intent is also made clear in the preamble to the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order for a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Their remedy was to design a government by the people, for the people, that diluted power across 3 branches of government. In the centuries since, many have sworn an oath to defend the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic, not knowing what the personal cost to self would be, including many here today. Thank you. However, in this century, vast wealth has concentrated in the hands of a few. The wealth of those few is so great that they now have far more influence over all 3 branches of government than the rest of us combined. Corrupting influence of such vast wealth has broken the chains of the Constitution that were intended to bind them down. Our Constitution now requires protection beyond what elected officials, civil servants, and the military can provide. Only a united people committed in spirit of equality and liberty can uphold the Constitution and rebuild this republic. I'm Piper. I was administered the oath to uphold and defend the Constitution outside of the Broadview ICE facility by Ninja Jim, who I spoke of earlier. He's a peace chaplain, former Army Ranger. I'm not a veteran, but I grew up in a veteran-dominated family. Every uncle of mine had stories to tell me about their service. Lost my dad's brother. World War II. He was a commander of a B-29, shot down over Japan, never found. My grandfather fought in World War I, my dad, Korean War, all my uncles. So I'm here now in place of Ninja Jim in that spirit because I've taken the oath. If you hold the idea of our nation's founding, all people are endowed with unalienable rights.
Unicorn?
Yes.
All right. This is John, my cameraman. I'm JT.
Hi, John. Hi, JT.
Thank you for talking to us. So I wanted to start just by finding out what was the message that you wanted to come out here to Broadview, Illinois, out in front of this ICE detention facility to deliver here.
That we don't agree with fascism. We don't agree with what's going on with our immigrant community. We don't agree with abducting people. And we do agree that you should find in any way you can joy in this time of really effed up effery.
Yeah, understood. You're using the word fascism, which is something that, I think a lot of people are wrestling with right now. We've certainly heard from the right saying, oh, you can't call us fascists, because that's violence in and of itself. Yeah.
So they need to start looking in the mirror, because that's what they're doing. They are denying people their rights. There is freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of everything. They're dismantling our education system. It is way, way past not calling it fascism.
I wanted to address the outfit that you're wearing. We've seen these inflatable outfits become a staple of these protests. I'm curious, in what ways is it an homage to other inflatable outfits at other protests that we have seen, and how much of it is just the Halloween spirit?
This is about nonviolence, and they're the ones that are creating problems, not the protesters. So we want to make sure that we are doing the best to show people that we are not violent people, and we're out here to be community and to enjoy community while we protest.
You've got a couple of inflatable friends here dancing behind you right now. I'm just curious, did you all arrive together? Was this about group solidarity and the messaging out here, or did you just find each other here in the crowd?
We arose together. More and more people are finding community, and we encourage everyone to find an indivisible group, a people's lobby group, I don't remember the number, but there's a number out there that's also organizing.
5051, I assume?
5051. Any group, and become part of that community, because it's not getting better. So you need that.
And why did you want to be out here today? I mean, this is an operation, the Operation Midway Blitz that the Trump administration is doing here in Chicago right now. They've been carrying it out for weeks now at this point, months.
Oh, I've been out before this.
You've been out before this. Why again today? I mean, is there any sense of fatigue, or can you match the administration in terms of, they've got the resources to be in the streets here in Chicago. Do you have the wherewithal to keep demonstrating until you get what you want?
Yes, we need to. And it is hard. And my head's ready to blow up, but we need to. And sometimes this is what helps to center you, is just knowing that there are other people here fighting the good fight.
Finding that sense of solidarity, one portion of the strength that you are exhibiting to continue to be out here. You've said that a number of times. Is there anywhere else that you're drawing strength or optimism from in this moment, aside from just being with other people here in the crowd?
Yeah, I listen to a lot of people on Substack who are actually legal reps that are fighting things, and they should be way more tired than I am. And if they can keep going at the rate they are, Katie Fang, Wajid Ali, there's a bunch of them. Anyhow, they're people to listen to, because and Indivisible is definitely mobilizing us. So People's Lobby in Chicago and other suburbs. So yeah, there's 50501. All the people are working hard to end this as soon as we can.
To what extent, the Trump ran on this vision of fixing the economy. He was going to come in and fix inflation, and everything was going to be more affordable for folks. If anything, we've seen the opposite be true since he's taken office. Prices continue to rise. People continue to suffer. I could call out example after example of economic data that shows us that it's pain to our eyes from being here on the ground in Chicago over the last month. It looks like a lot of this, one, the pain is the point. It's about sending a message. But then two, it also seems like a distraction from some of those other issues. I want to know, are you seeing that as well. Like, to what extent does this seem like a distraction to you, and are you feeling that economic pain as well?
Yeah, everybody is feeling the pain. I think some people more so than others. I mean, they're just so good at distracting people, and the bottom line is they're working on getting 2025 initiated as quickly as they can, and that's the scariest shit possible. So, yeah, you can't be too distracted, because that's their end game, and that is total fascism. So,
are you at all confident that you'll have the ability to vote for change come 2026 or 2028?
I really hope so. It scares the hell out of me that I've heard that he's trying to mobilize National Guard in all 50 states, and I hope that we fight back, because we have to. And I mean peacefully fight back, because they need to look like the aggressors and the rotten apples here.
You've been out.
They outgunned us. We have no gun. You know, I mean, so we have to do this smart and be very fierce in standing strong.
You talked about, I mean, you referenced it. This is not your first protest. You've been here multiple times, and you're willing to keep going. Is the time, like, do you feel like now is the time for economic pain, like meaning boycotts, meaning general strike? Is that something you would be on board with, and does the moment call for it yet?
So yeah, I've canceled Spotify. I've canceled Disney when I had that platform. A general strike, I'm not sure about, just because the amount of people that would have to get on board with it, and then also the amount of severe pain it's going to cause people who don't have anything to begin with. I think that needs to be kept in context. I think we do need to boycott heavily, though, and a general strike if all else fails.
Unicorn, thank you very much for your time. Is there anything else you want to add while you have the platform?
No, that's it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So one voice that, like, you see this crowd of inflatables that are now starting to gather out here, and there's actually quite a few people who have filled in here in just the last few minutes that we've been talking. I should probably set the scene a little bit just in what we walked in on. If you got the sense that the mood was a little somber out here when we first started, I would say you're pretty perceptive, because what was happening right before we went live out here was a full religious service had just taken place. There were several hundred people who were filing out. There was a lot of religious reverence in the air. That service had started at 10 a.m. Central. This costume protest was set to start at noon, and the two groups kind of intersected and commingled here. And so there's been a bit of a changing of the guard of the demonstrators that are out here now over the last few minutes. And so now we're getting more to this jovial atmosphere. You might be able to hear some of the music that's playing in the background, everybody out here in the costumes. And we're expecting this to grow. This has had quite a bit of attention. This protest had quite a bit of attention on it in some of the community discussion channels on social media here in the Chicagoland area. So we're expecting this to grow and be quite the atmosphere. Another theme that we are watching here is exactly how federal agents respond, just because we saw some of their presence outside and on the rooftop of their building a short time ago, which is something that we had not seen recently. So something to just keep an eye on, not necessarily an area of concern just yet, but something to keep an eye on to see if they are actually taking more of an active interest in these protesters out here, because we have seen them use these protests to produce propaganda for the administration before. They've got pro-camera crews that follow them around, and they have come out into these crowds of protesters when they were actually gathering on the other side of the building several weeks ago. In early October, they had come out into the crowds to just throw people down, brutalize and arrest them when they weren't obstructing or really doing anything aside from peacefully demonstrating outside of this ICE office building here. Excuse me, Bear.
Yeah.
I'm a reporter. Would you mind if I grabbed you for an interview here?
I'm okay on being
All right, understood. What about you, Leopard? Would you be open to an interview?
Tragically, I'm with the bear.
Oh, understood. Yeah. Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner.
I'm a reporter. I was wondering if I could interview you guys about why you wanted to be out here today and the message you're hoping to deliver.
Are you okay with that, Dutch?
Sure, man.
All right. So, first of all, if I could have you two identify yourselves however you want to be identified.
Sure, I'm Dutch.
Gabe.
Dutch and Gabe. Nice to meet a couple of folks from the Dusty Trail out here today.
Thank you.
What is the message that you are out here to deliver today?
We're here for America. We're here to keep everyone safe, keep everyone free. That's what our country's about.
And in what ways do you see that being infringed on right now?
Well, we've got issues with due process. We've got people getting picked up off the streets. I mean, none of this is what we stand for.
Embracing some pretty American iconography here, the cowboy. I think it really represents that theme that you're driving at there of standing up for America by adopting an American symbol, the cowboy, especially when you're talking about things of like really basic freedoms that you are talking about fighting for out here. When you're, when the protest gets to the point of like, we're just asking for due process.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty sad reflection of where we are. I'm curious, how conscious was the choice of cowboy in the attire for today?
Well, the cowboy sort of was something we stumbled upon while we were, spitballing ideas around. We heard about the protest and we wanted something that we could, because we're, buddies, wanted something we could do together that kind of represented America in a way. And truth be told, I had the stuff lying around, so I could wear it. Yeah. And, during my time out west, I met a lot of different people, Latinos, people whose families came here from China. And the thing that really got to me was that those people and we had the same problems. They may have gotten here a different way than I did, but that doesn't make them that different from me. Really, we're all in this together, and currently there's an administration which is trying to blame these people for something they have no control over. People don't ask to be born white, black, brown, or whatever, but they come here, they do their job every single day, and once they target one group, when they run out of them, they will target another. They thrive on having an enemy, and we need to stand together now before it gets to a point where there is no one left to stand for one another.
Walk us through your sign. Just read off what it says and what you're trying to say with it.
Yeah, so the sign says, go play cowboy in your own backyard. Obviously, we are, rough riding cowboys. And, it's a reflection of what we see ICE doing in the greater Chicago area, kidnapping people based on nothing more than, they look like they might be illegal, going to places like Home Depot, elementary schools. Yesterday in Evanston, they were going after families out trick-or-treating. And, truthfully, it is kind of playing on the stereotype that as rough riding cowboys, we have no regard for anyone else. But as representatives of the state, we think that's not the way that you should go about administering justice. Playing cowboy with Americans or people who just happen to live in America says that we're not actually one nation individual. We're an in-group and an out-group.
The cowboy's also been a symbol of America's rugged individualism, right? Which might stand a little bit in contrast to the concept of a protest where you're coming together in solidarity. Why did you guys want to be here among others today? What is the importance of solidarity to you today in the message that you're trying to deliver?
Sure. Well, yeah, you're right. Cowboys do have a bit of an individualistic spirit. However, they also notoriously went west for freedom and opportunity. It's the untamed West, right? We don't have that anymore. We've got to make space for it where we can. And the only way we get there is by bringing people together, standing together and making sure we're making space for the people that need it, making space for each other, and using what we have to help everyone.
May I also interject into that? The cowboy is a symbol of rugged individualism, I think, is in large part of Hollywood's making. John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, something like that. But the truth is that when we went out west, for starters, there were other people there first, and that's a whole other issue. But no one tames an untamed land by themselves. They end up getting eaten by mountain lions. It's only together that we build community in new areas.
And in Hollywood, do you ever see a lone cowboy? Sometimes Clint Eastwood, but mostly they're traveling in posses. They're banding together with like-minded people and fighting for what they believe in or fighting for what they need. So
that's right. They never save the town, just one person. There's always a posse.
And maybe you've got your posse here around you with Cookie Monster and the inflatable gnome there behind you. You guys can start to wrestle up your posse and get your deputies to go out and get justice in the world right now. What would justice look like for the city of Chicago right now? What needs to change for you to feel satisfied or feel safe again in your own communities?
I think things need to go back to how they were before this administration started and then go further. I think a lot of this was happening behind the scenes and it just wasn't brought into the daylight in the way that it is now. And I think in some ways this is a wake-up call for a lot of people to say, hey, this has been going on and now we're able to see it, to pull people together, get wider support and actually do something about it. I think, with people getting pulled off the street, getting pulled out of classrooms, it's ridiculous, and I don't see how it stops. I don't see how if you let this happen, it gets better. You need to do something actively to counteract what's going on. It's never just going to go away without people fighting for equality, for equity, for safety, for community. These things don't just disappear on their own.
Gabe, I'm curious. He was just talking about, these things don't go away on their own. You got to fight for your rights. Clearly, you've demonstrated you're willing to come out here and protest. Not afraid, coming out, showing your faces, so to speak, and holding your sign, chanting slogans, etc. Have we reached a point where we need to go beyond that? Meaning boycotts, economic action, general strike. Do you feel like it's there? And if so, is it something that you are willing to participate in?
I would love to see boycotts and general strikes be taken, as the next steps. To be quite frank, I think we're living in an oligarchy these days. And, all of our wallets might not be a fraction of what their wallet is, but they still depend on us to keep fattening up their wallets. The problem I see is that we've created a, trade and corporate system where people are so divided, they no longer feel like the people they work with are feeling the same issues that they do. I think these protests, specifically stuff like the No Kings protests, where a lot of people show up, is necessary to show people that we do have the same issues, and then we can start working towards general strikes to hit these people in the wallet, which is the only thing they really care about at the end of the day.
I want to get your reactions to a piece of news that just came out yesterday, which is a class action lawsuit by some of the detainees inside that building you are here to protest at today. Alleged some pretty horrific conditions on the inside, that folks are facing sleep deprivation, that they're being coerced into signing away rights and sign documents that they do not understand. They're being denied food. We can see plainly being denied sunlight. All the windows to this building are boarded up as they're forced to stay in there, and that many people are choosing to self-deport rather than continue to face the conditions inside. When you hear that people are being forced to stand 60 to a cell and sleep standing up, what are the reactions that you feel as, I assume, residents of the Chicagoland area here, that this is how your neighbors, your fellow community members are being treated?
I feel truly heartbroken, honestly. Disgusted is kind of, unfortunately, a word that's sort of losing meaning as I keep saying it over and over again every day. But if America wants to consider itself a member of, quote-unquote civilized society, civilized isn't a word that means a whole lot to me right now. We cannot treat people in a way that we condemn other countries for treating people. I believe that the measure of a society is how you treat the people that are being punished in your society, or quote-unquote the lowest people. Who knows what that really means? Dutch, can you help me with my bandana? It's slipping off. And so, one of the things I believe I'm out here fighting for is an America that's not based on a government monopoly on force. a government that's based on compassion for our fellow man. And so this kind of thing is exactly the opposite of what I want to tell my friends and family, and maybe eventually one day children, that the country they live in stands for.
Dutch, what's your reaction when you hear about what the conditions are like inside?
Yeah, absolutely. I echo everything he said. It's deplorable. It's disheartening. I can't see how anyone would be okay with that. And I hear people try to explain it away, try to justify it. And it just doesn't sit right. I don't understand how people can have such wildly different takes and say things like, oh, it's probably not happening, or, oh, they're exaggerating. Like,
Truly feels hypocritical. You know, I grew up in high school saying a Pledge of Allegiance that said, with liberty and justice for all. And it feels like a bold-faced lie in these sort of situations when I meet people who say, well, it's not happening where I live, so it can't really be that bad. It almost feels like we're living in two different Americas.
For sure. And I've heard people say crazy things like, well, the things that a lot of people faced on their way to immigrate here illegally, we'll say, or undocumented, they say, well, they faced way worse, so this is no big deal, you know, at least they're getting meals sometimes. I mean, that's ridiculous. You're saying you can justify some lesser forms of torture because they faced way worse? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, lesser forms of torture. Lesser forms of torture that are happening inside that building that is just down the block from where we are standing. I was talking to another demonstrator out here a few days ago who described, I just thought it was such an apt description, calling that building a public black site. Yeah. Meaning it's just a place where people are disappeared into, and it exists right here in Broadview, Illinois. And we just saw some, it looked like some federal agents driving by out here. It's a tactic that we've seen them use. There's a different exit that federal agents could use to get out of here, but when there are protesters here, they enjoy riling up the crowd and driving by and getting a rise out of people. I also just want to quickly, before I let you guys go, address the masks that you guys are wearing. Because we've also seen federal agents out in your communities wearing masks, not identifying themselves, jumping out of unmarked vehicles. To what extent is the mask also a commentary on ICE and the other federal agents are doing out here?
There's certainly part of that. Part of it is also, you know, the big groups like this, especially coming off of COVID the last few years, like there's an element of trying to keep people safe and healthy. There's an element of it fitting the costume. But yeah, absolutely. It's if we don't know who you are, why do you have a right to know who we are? And I know that might seem a little hypocritical, but these are the people that are supposed to be keeping us safe. And if they are,
I don't know that it's hypocritical. I mean, if they're jumping out and saying that, you know, hey, you have to prove who you are to us. Yeah. We are demanding to see your papers, your proof of citizenship, but we don't have to offer up our faces to you. Right. Now they've, under court order, are supposed to be displaying badge numbers, though we've seen some investigations from local media outlets showing that in a lot of cases, those agents aren't even going that far to just display an identifying number somewhere on themselves. But yes, I'm sorry, I cut you off, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gotten to the point of just ridiculousness. I mean, people are jumping out of like Honda Civics or Odysseys. They're coming out of Ford Raptor trucks. Like, they're just jumping out of whatever they can get their hands on. It's like, how do we know that you didn't order gear from Temu? You know, like, there's no accountability, or hasn't been. Hopefully, with some more court orders or with some actual action being taken, people will start holding these people accountable. They'll be identifiable, but as it stands right now, there's no expectation of them even telling us who they are. I don't see why we give them that privilege to just walk up and identify us.
I've held you both long enough. I'll let you get back to the protest that you came here to do. But before I do, is there anything else you want to add while you have the platform?
I would say that this is the time to draw the line in the sand for your friends, your neighbors, even people you don't particularly like, but you don't think deserve to be treated with absolute cruelty. Compliance at this state is no different than endorsement of the system. And a system without checks and balances is not a system by the people for the people.
Absolutely. Whether or not you think undocumented immigrants are legal or illegal or anything in between, they're human beings. And supposedly, we've been having involvement We've been getting into conflicts around the world to bring peace, to bring freedom to less privileged people. I mean, we still have it pretty good in this country. It's getting worse. The wealth equality is getting worse, but I can't see how you would be okay with us getting involved in other countries in foreign lands when we can't even take care of the people domestically that we deem undesirables.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's get back to it.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Who are you guys with?
Status Coup here.
We're on YouTube.
Oh, Status Coup?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
right on.
We'll be there.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, the energy certainly has changed out here in just the last half hour or so, where we went from a reverential, just coming out of a religious proceeding out here outside of the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility, to now we're having a full-blown costume rave on down the block from the ICE detention facility here. And we've seen protesters, not only here in Chicago, but in Portland and in other cities around the country, adopt costumes. This is mostly for Halloween, what you're seeing out here, all of these costumes. But there's been an embrace by protesters of costumes as a way to show nonviolence and the ridiculousness of any use of force against them, using costumes, using dance as a way to show that.
Let me hold that close to get staticky.
Sit back and like enjoy it.
Kind of like Getty, but smaller.
It's a hot dog over here. Okay.
Let me dress up as a full hot dog if I'm going to do this.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, we got to have the full costume on, otherwise what's the point of a costume protest? Okay, so I am here with Laura and Lori, and first let's just start off with costumes that you decided to wear and why you wanted to wear them. Is there any messaging built in, or is it just about being part of the costume protest?
I went for the hot dog because that is emblematic of the city of Chicago and how awesome we are. It's not Chicago style, but it is ketchup free, so it's definitely a Chicago style hot dog.
All right, a little bit of civic pride. And Lori?
No, for me, it is merely to be here.
And the panda was enough. Did you already have this at home, or did you pick it up just for this?
Just for this.
Just for this. Okay. So why did you want to be out here today, demonstrating alongside everybody else that we see out here?
I've been out here to Broadview a number of times to demonstrate on regular, like Friday mornings and at other kind of times with other people. And I appreciated the opportunity to kind of mock what seems like, the cosplay that a lot of the border agents are doing, pretending to be G.I. Joes and run around without any sort of adherence to, honestly, the U.S. law or Constitution or, the rule of law. It feels like a lot of them are taking it as a game, and so I like the concept of mocking that back and also bringing a little bit of levity to something that is incredibly intense, and we all need to kind of have a little bit of that to stay sane, because this is really hard to do week over week, day over day. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, and that is something that we have seen out in these neighborhoods. When you talk about them, I think you put it as phrases like playing G.I. Joe, but certainly like playing soldier. I mean, they look like soldiers. They dress in camo and in fatigues. The use of force is rampant across Chicago's neighborhoods. We've seen the deployment of tear gas around families, around children, seemingly for very little provocation if they're not the ones who are the direct aggressors. So I understand certainly what you're saying. If you're going to wear a costume, then I'm going to dress as a hot dog, and we can really expose how ridiculous this is that you're saying I'm equivalent to what you're doing.
Yeah. It also shows like we are not particularly threatening when we're dressed up as a hot dog or an inflatable bee or a unicorn. And there have been many instances where, they just feel free to arrest or detain protesters who have their right to protest in a non-threatening way, and it just makes it that much more clear that, we're not all out here rioting all the time. We're just protesting and making our voices heard.
Lori, I didn't get the why from you. Why did you want to be out here?
I think it's very important to bear witness to what's going on, to see it with your own eyes and to be part of it. And similar to what Laura was saying, I mean, it does feel like a big cosplay. I think they think they're heroes. And show me one action movie where people doing what they're doing are the heroes. They are not the heroes here at all. And it is very frustrating. It's very un-American, quite frankly, and it makes me angry.
I want to get to right the heart of making this better. What could the federal government do that would actually satisfy you, that would make you feel like life was back to normal here in Chicago, or that they weren't brutalizing people and playing G.I. Joe, the way that you have said that they are? What does justice for Chicago look like?
I mean, let's go back to due process. Let's go back to transparency. And stop lying. Kristi Noem is lying out there, and I can't believe no one...
The Department of Homeland Security Secretary, just to give that context. So far what I'm hearing are some pretty basic demands if you're talking about, we just need, things that you would have taken for granted as an American. Transparency in governance, due process for people being charged with crimes, but I apologize, I cut you off.
No, you did not cut me off.
All right. Understood. So that's what justice looks like to you. Laura, is there anything else you would add to that list of what you would want to see?
I haven't seen a single arrest in the city of Chicago where they have come in with a judicial warrant that says, I'm ICE, I'm looking for this person, they're supposed to be here. That's what the law says they're supposed to do in order to catch, quote, criminals. They are racially profiling people on the street. They're scooping them up based on the color of their skin and what they seem to be doing at the time, and then sorting it out later, and that is completely illegal.
When you see that happening in your communities, I assume you both live either in or near Chicago, when you see that happening in your communities, to your fellow community members, to your friends, to your neighbors, what are the emotions that you're feeling?
A complete anger, frustration, powerlessness. I think coming out here gives a little bit of our power back. It's terrifying, honestly, and the color of my skin doesn't even put me at risk like most of the citizens of Chicago who are terrified to go out right now.
Lori, the feelings that you have?
Unsafe in my community, and really scared for my community members. I cannot believe that they are justifying this by saying it's making Chicago safer. That's a blatant lie. It's not true at all.
Do you feel less safe with federal agents in your neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, that is what we have heard nearly universally from folks out here. They feel less safe, despite the Trump administration saying this is about safety, this is about making Chicago's streets safer. Almost everyone says, I feel less safe with these agents roving around our communities. Yesterday was Halloween. I was out in Little Village where there were many fewer families, I'm told, out trick-or-treating than in most years past. I'm just curious, either of you, parents, grandparents, anything like that, and how are you feeling about trick-or-treating out here in Chicago this year?
I am a parent. I also work in the early childhood field, and so can definitely say that people who work in early childhood, nannies, care providers, are feeling like it's not safe for them to go outside. 100%.
Same. I am also a parent, and it should be safe for our children in the communities, and it's not.
We're going to just step over here and show what's happening out here, John. where state troopers had approached somebody who was in the street, which of course got quite the rise out of the crowd. This is a line that law enforcement have drawn. They do not want people in the street. There are designated protest areas out here in Chicago. These fenced-in areas with the concrete barricades that you see. Protesters are supposed to be standing only within those. That has frustrated the protesters because that means that they cannot attempt to throw sand in the machine, so to speak, of ICE operations out here. And so they have tried to challenge that. They have been grown very frustrated with the village over what is happening out here right now. You can see down there all of the law enforcement. I don't know if you can tell, John, but that looks more like the sheriff's deputies gathered out there, because there's overlapping law enforcement out here. We've got local police, we've got state police, we've got county sheriff's deputies as well, aside from the federal agents inside the brick building just beyond. Yeah, you see an ad hoc picket forming here at the end of the street. Folks just walking back and forth across the end of the street as a way to protest the limitations on their protests, and also protest ICE agents and their use of this street. Pardon me, man. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about, like, why you feel it's important to be walking the picket here?
Yeah, maybe later.
Okay. Yeah.
John, keep going, keep going.
Status Coup, I love you. They're coming out that way.
Hey, is my light blinking? No? How about now?
Yes. John, I see that coming down the street here, some members of law enforcement coming towards this picket that's here at the end of the street.
Yeah, your microphone where they're gonna.
It's usually never this busy on this walkway.
Yeah, it's really crowded today.
Anything that you want to see that brings keep walking! No, you can't do that!
Just line up right here. Line up right here.
Hey, it's Status Coup. I love your show.
I have to cross the street, sorry. I forgot something across the street. Trying to keep us from...
Our streets.
First man,
Our streets. Our streets.
Respect.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
And then y'all can do what y'all do.
Hey, come on, man. It's just ice. It's just ice. It's just ice. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, make a hole! Make a hole! Make a hole! Make a hole!
Your friends tell you to stand down.
Go to Tampa.
Damn, bro. Over there.
You gotta get out of the road. Respect up. You gotta get out of the road.
We're being moved backwards by Illinois State Police here. Mixture of Illinois State Police and some county sheriff's deputies.
On the sidewalk. We're on the path.
My friend is.
All right, you gotta go back that way. Okay.
We're just crossing the street.
Out of the street!
Who do you protect and who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve?
Keep walking.
Who do you serve?
Keep walking.
It's our street. I was going across the street. I was going across the street. I'm just crossing the street.
Ma'am, when the police were moving you, what were they saying to you?
Move back, and I was just trying to cross the street. It's our street. We were just crossing back and forth, and he kept pushing me, hitting my shoulder. And we're just trying to cross the street. It's our street.
How does it make you feel when law enforcement are keeping you out of the street, unable to protest?
Bullshit! It's bullshit! This is our street. First they stopped us at the detention center, then they put up a fence, then they put us over here. It's our street. I mean, I don't know. If we don't have our First Amendment rights, we don't have that thing. We have nothing.
And we see Illinois. See Illinois State Police there with the batons and the riot gear, forcibly moving the protesters.
Get back!
Who do you protect? Who do you serve? 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 Who do you protect?
Yeah, if you see over there, across from where we're standing right now, the man with the bullhorn is Robert Held. He's an attorney who has been out here at many different protests. He's been...
Get back! Get back! Get back! Back up! Back up! Back up! Get off my foot! Back up!
See police jumping on somebody there. Looks like making an arrest.
I don't care that you're pressed. You need to get out of the street. This is not an authorized media area. Go to the authorized media area. Get on the street.
Out of the street! Out of the street, man! Out of the street! Out of the street! Out of the street! Out of the street! Out of the car's coming! Lock and traffic! Street, miss out the street. Go on the road! The car's coming!
I can't read that.
Serve!
Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do do you serve? Who do you protect?
I worry about you guys come Judgment Day. I worry about that. I worry about what God's going to say when he looks at all your actions, man. I'm like real concerned for you. I don't want people to go to hell, man. I'm trying to get everyone to heaven. What you're doing, from everything I've read, everything I know, all the church I've gone to, this ain't it, man. You must be a bad fucking Christian, man, if this is what you think is right. You must have read that Bible backwards or something. Must have read that with the devil in you.
Different than us or them.
Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
So law enforcement here making a perimeter to clear this part of the street, allow at least one law enforcement vehicle to come through.
It takes, what, 30 of you guys to move 3 cars? Fucking pathetic, dude.
What the protesters want is for this to essentially be federal law enforcement doing this. They feel like Illinois State Police are in effect doing the bidding of the federal government by being out here doing crowd management. They want the federal government to have to do crowd management because then that they see that as being fewer federal agents who are then able to be out in the communities here in Chicago. And so this is, despite saying over and over again, Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, saying that he does not support the federal mission out here. These are Illinois State Police that would ultimately answer to him that are out here doing this crowd control right now.
We won't stop fighting free. We won't now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We won't
See another protester being arrested there. This is another gentleman that we interviewed just the other day, who said that he has been out here trying to preach peace. And that's why he was dressed as Jesus. They're carrying him away, John.
Be in the street. If you want to go, you can go. That's fine. If you want to go, you can go. It's your choice.
You see law enforcement there. They picked up that protester, carried him over to that vehicle. Now they've got him laid out on the ground, going through his pockets.
We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free. We want our freedom now. What? We are the people too. We won't stop fighting free.
The more de-escalation there is. Do you know how to de-escalate? Were you trained to de-escalate? Because this is not it. This is not de-escalation. This is aggression. And you don't need that weapon against a bunch of citizens. Are you here to protect us, or are you here to protect ICE? Which is
swear an oath to?
Are you obeying?
Was it the mayor? Did you swear an oath to the mayor? Did you swear an oath to the president? Did you swear an oath to the fucking Constitution? Your job is going to last longer than this administration. You're going to be fucking held liable for assaulting people. And you're ashamed, bro. You don't like this. You didn't be a cop to do this shit. Fucking pussy, man.
This is what it's actually like on the ground here in Chicago as people stand up and try to resist the Trump administration right now. You want to show folks what it looks like out here? Share this stream, like it, boost it in the algorithm so that more people can see what is happening here on the ground in Broadview, Illinois. We are the only independent media that has been on the ground here for the last month showing you these demonstrations that have played out in much the same way. Protesters come out, they try to demonstrate against ICE, they are met with force by not the federal agents, but by the Illinois state authorities. They hear the crowd booing there as the one protester was hauled away in that vehicle you see driving away. But yes, Illinois State Police interceding, allowing ICE to do its job, to do the mission that it set out to do here in the Chicagoland area, which is separate families, tear apart communities, and disappear people. The state, which is controlled by a Democratic governor, is enabling this.
Stand up, fight back. 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 Stand up, fight back.
Also, the Constitution was like a document.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense why these guys are not really missing the point here. But statistically speaking, most of you can't read. And the half that can won't, because keeps that paycheck coming. Finding their way out of heaven.
For like 50,000.
You know what I mean? I think that the salary's pretty good, to be fair. I bet you Smilik here makes some good money. He's got to make up for his bad attitude and ugly looks. It's probably pretty good money. Like, I can't say that it's not good money. These guys are probably getting overtime, right? You're getting overtime paid by, what, tax dollars, is it? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, like, I can understand wanting to sell your soul, your morality, your chance of getting to heaven for, like, $85K with benefits, maybe $220.
Guys, I've heard you guys talking to the police out here, clearly frustrated.
Yeah.
Can you just walk me through why the frustration? What are the other emotions you're feeling right now?
So I think especially in a Democratic state, we have Pritzker and Brandon Johnson really, quote-unquote, advocating for the protesters, saying they're sending ISP to help protect the protesters. For over 2 months, I have only seen like provocation and violent attacks from ISP, the state police. Obviously, ICE is attacking protesters, but even the police, who are supposed to quote-unquote be a median force, kind of a force to quote-unquote protect the protesters, are only upholding the status quo, violently attacking protesters. And fundamentally, they did not swear an oath to the mayor. They did not owe us. They did not swear an oath to Donald Trump. They did not swear an oath to a particular administration. They swore an oath to the United States Constitution. And at the end of the day, every amendment is being eroded.
We're seeing the Illinois State Police pull back now. We're seeing the Illinois State Police pull back now after creating this path in the street. Folks seem to want to protest in the street, I imagine, to try and obstruct ICE's mission out here a little bit. Do you feel at all deterred by the police presence, or will you continue protesting?
At the end of the day, I think it just reinforces the fact that this is a multifaceted issue. We're not just protesting ICE. We're protesting the private prison industry. We're protesting lack of police accountability. We're protesting a lack of agency, even in the city of Broadview. As a taxpaying citizen, I feel like I cannot even get across to the mayor, let alone Pritzker, let alone the federal administration. I feel like at the end of the day, even the Democrats in office are not upholding, their values of trying to be the pro-labor party, or really even the anti-Trump party. I see a lot of Pritzker's statements as pandering towards his base, and when he sends ISP to really uphold the status quo and just kind of finger-wagging at ICE, it really discredits his whole statement, his whole mission as somebody who may run in 28 as the Democratic lead. And I think it's due time we see more people like Mondani, like local, more leftist populist figures, understanding that the private prison industry, anti-war movements, anti-deportation movements are all connected. And fundamentally, we need to protect migrants. We need to protect our workers at home. We need to make sure we're not tied up giving money to Israel or to Argentina to bail out failed economies. At the end of the day, this is a multifaceted issue, and I think fundamentally this is a patriotic issue. This is the issue where Americans are defending the Constitution. They understand exactly what they want in their city government. They want accountability. They want our safety from unlawful search and seizure to be protected. We want to be able to voice our rights and be able to voice the fact that.
Do you feel like you're able to do that right now? Do you feel like you have a voice right now?
Fundamentally, really only to the extent I could post on social media. I could talk with other like-minded people, but sometimes it does seem there's a lot of roadblocks for us to even help migrant families. The other day, a family came to talk to ICE about one of their family members being detained. They had an issue with, I believe, organ transplant and their medication. They weren't responding to their medication. It obviously is a very prescient thing. And what ISP actually told people was, call back tomorrow, call back tomorrow. But officially, this is not supposed to be a detention center. This is supposed to be
call back tomorrow for something that is a medical issue.
Not even that. At the end of the day, this is supposed to be a 12-hour or less holding facility. Fundamentally, this has been a detention facility. The other day, the local Catholic Church tried to give Eucharist, the communion, to Catholic detainees. They were rejected. They're unable to even have their basic needs met. And we see the Supreme Court upholding the fact that you could racially profile people. You could arrest U.S. citizens. ICE shouldn't have jurisdiction on U.S. citizens, but they could fundamentally detain you. They could say, we don't believe you're a citizen, and you're really at the mercy of a paramilitary force. A lot of these people are not from this community. A lot of the ICE agents are from other states. At the end of the day, it really does seem like an occupying force. These people are not serving the community. They're not even upholding property. The police themselves are obscuring public property. Our tax dollars are being wasted on this. And we see kind of not the best roads. We don't have the best schools. We could actually use where, our high tax dollars are going. Or we could have a positive use, a good use for them.
What was your name?
I'm James.
James, nice to meet you, JT.
Absolutely.
Thank you for talking to us. Right, so there you hear the frustration with the complicity that they are saying that this state, that the governor here in Illinois, a Democratic governor, is demonstrating by having state law enforcement out here just to keep a side road clear. I'll point out that this road is not the only approach to that ICE facility. ICE vehicles are able to use another road in and out. So the use of this road, aside from, not even these couple of businesses down here, because in most cases there's not much operation actually happening inside those businesses, but they can also use that back way, I believe, in here to the facility. So to the extent that, anything is being, completely obstructed, I don't believe so. Robert, what were you yelling out to the police there on the bullhorn? We weren't able to hear it from our side.
The bullhorn, they broke my bullhorn. I got pushed by the sheriff, Cook County Sheriff, and he pushed me so hard. I think he was grabbing the bullhorn when he pushed me, and since then the bullhorn's not working.
What were you trying to say?
I don't remember.
Heat of passion?
No, I was trying to find out where they wanted us to go. It's similar to my mantra. It's like, tell us what you want, be clear. So it wasn't clear to me because we had different officers from different agencies, doing different things, and the instructions were not clear to me at all. And I ended up getting pushed by both the Cook County Sheriff and the Broadview Police. It was a little hurtful from the Broadview Police because I consider them my friends, even though I have a lawsuit pending against the Village of Broadview.
Yes, you do. You have a lawsuit pending against the Village of Broadview specifically for, I think, some of what these protesters are demonstrating against out here, which is the constriction on their First Amendment rights out here. Can we just get you to kind of survey what some of those concerns are about how you feel like the First Amendment is being hampered out here?
In my opinion, or my fellow protesters?
Well, I guess let's start with yours. You're the one who brought the lawsuit.
Well, I brought a lawsuit in federal court, and it suggests it asks that the hours be extended because a blanket prohibition for 15 hours a day from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. prohibition, blanket, 7 days a week, is an unconstitutional constraint on our First Amendment rights. So that's my position. It's a federal filing. It's a public document, and that's what I'm trying to fix.
But you're kind of intimating there might be a difference between like some of the frustrations you feel and like what are some of the frustrations you're hearing from your fellow protesters?
Well, they all say the same thing, which is that, well, it's great that you filed the lawsuit, but what about these boundaries, these artificial concrete barriers that constrain where we can protest? And most specifically, I don't know if the camera's going to work, but the building behind us is hundreds and hundreds of feet. And even with a working bullhorn, it's very difficult to get the message to ICE, to the Department of Homeland Security, to express our frustration and disdain for their conduct.
Right, which becomes obfuscated. It's several steps removed from the original protests, which are about that public black site out there where ICE is disappearing people off the streets here in the Chicagoland area, bringing them here, holding them there in what we're hearing are, inhuman conditions, deprived of sleep, deprived of food, etc. And now you're so far removed and you're protesting against local police. That's why we harp on this issue, is because these protesters don't want to be here protesting Illinois State Police. They want to be here protesting the federal government, and they feel like their local leaders are not allowing them to do that. Their local leaders are, in effect, stepping in between themselves as the protesters and the Trump administration, saying, oh, don't look at the Trump administration, yell at us because we're afraid of the Trump administration and what they might do in response. I've already kept you long enough, Robert. We've talked to you plenty of times. I'll let you kind of get back to things.
Okay,
thanks for letting me grab you. All right, so you were hearing just there from attorney Robert Held, who's been a staple out here in the protesting scene. He was, if you've seen our viral video of him running away from the ICE agents here, Border Patrol, excuse me, thank you, John, running away from Border Patrol agents out here. That was back when protesters could be much further up the street. Actually added an illegal fence that has since come down that was erected across the street by the federal government. He was out there protesting then, took off running from ICE agents, was actually detained for 8 hours. Now he has continued to protest out here to help these protesters organize. Has also, as we just explained, brought a lawsuit against the village of Broadview here for the limitations that they have put on the First Amendment out here. I was just listening. You see, the protesters have gone right back to what they were doing before, which is just a picket here across this street. Very simple protest tactic that merited, apparently, that huge response from Illinois State Police, county, and local law enforcement. Now that we've had a moment to breathe after all of that excitement, I want to take a moment to reflect on some of that imagery that we just saw, which was law enforcement screaming at us and other journalists, I don't care, that you're press, as they shoved us and protesters out of the way, and so that they could have a clearer path, apparently, to arrest a man dressed as Jesus. How do you even begin to summarize the immense amount of conflicting feelings that bullshit brings up inside of you? And if you're arresting Jesus, my God, what's the hope left for any of us? I apologize if I'm making light of it. It's one of those things where if I don't laugh, I'm going to cry. But you saw that we were not afraid to be pushed by police. We were right there on the front lines to show you. You were able to listen in on what the conversations were between police and between the protesters. Oh, we're hearing a little bit of a commotion, so we're just moving here in the crowd to see exactly what that is. Give you a look at it. Oh, there are some protesters who have put up sort of an ad hoc barrier. I'll note that it's mostly made out of tape and foam core board. It's not made of metal or wood or anything like that, as far as I was just able to tell from looking at the back side of it. But it says, Migra y Policía, la misma. I can't quite make out the last word from where I'm sitting. And then it says, free our neighbors. State police. It says state police out of Broadview. And you see the protesters now marching down Beach Street. It says Pritzker's police protect ICE. Stop arresting anti-ICE protesters. As these protesters now start to march down Beach Street towards the ICE facility. There is quite a bit of cheering here from the crowd at this development as the protesters try to keep a line as they move forward. Yeah, and you can already see the state police vans moving down the street, and you can see the state police there walking in their riot gear with their batons out. John, just keep an eye here on the protesters behind you. They are still coming towards us here.
It's going to get hot. So,
yeah, it does.
So they share this out.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a real clash here between protesters and police. So share this stream so that more people can see what's about to happen here. The demonstrators have now stopped at the edge of what is the protest zone. They're outside of those barriers where they've been told to stand. Now you see here Illinois State Police coming up the street, batons already out, masks down. We've seen they have been not afraid to shove and arrest protesters. And the protesters it is a thick crowd behind these signs that they are carrying.
Just gonna do a run across, stay with me.
Yep. Now you see the protesters again creeping forward. Seemed like they were expecting Illinois State Police to meet them. See the Illinois State Police just standing there so far. The protesters are just slowly approaching, chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets."
See them?
Yep. Yep, you see there some state police there in more like military style gear. Looks like with one of them has, it looks like a couple of them have guns. One has at least like a like a pepper ball gun. Protesters creeping closer. Firing off pepper balls at the... Looks like firing off pepper balls here at the feet of the protesters. Robert Held was just hitting the leg, it looks like, by a pepper ball.
You need to disperse now. This is a unlawful assembly.
Give me my helmet, Get the goggles off. That.
Yeah, police are putting gas masks on.
This is an unlawful assembly. You need to disperse now. What makes it unlawful, asshole? What makes it unlawful? What makes this unlawful, sir?
Yeah, you see there that the police have put on their gas masks. Likely because, at least because of the pepper that is in the air.
Sitting on the fucking ground! Safety in numbers! Safety in numbers! We demand entry in the ICE abduction center! We demand to investigate crimes against humanity in the abduction center of ICE! We have no quarrel with the Illinois State Police! Get the fuck out of our way! We want to get in the abduction center! People are disappeared in that facility! Disperse immediately! People are not being given food and water! We are citizens, and we are defending human rights! You are not! You are violating Illinois state law! Violating law! It is a violation of Illinois state law for you to set up this perimeter! We defy you to step aside! Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Step aside in the road!
Hold this. Hold the camera. Hold the camera.
Step aside! You are legally guarding the ICE abduction center!
Both sides right now just staring at each other. Some chants from the protesters. More protesters have moved up to join those who are carrying the signs. John and I have put on some protective gear.
Should have brought my mask. Fuck.
Need to go. Just let me know how you're doing.
You don't have like anything to cover my face, right? No, nothing, right? Okay.
You might be able to use like my hat.
Yeah, give me that.
Attention, sir!
We are the people! We won't stop fighting! We want liberation! We are the people! We want liberation! We won't stop fighting! I mixed them up, sorry! 1. We are the people! 2. We won't stop fighting! 3. We want liberation! Now! 1. 2. 3. Now! 1. We are the people! 2. We won't stop fighting! 3. We want liberation! Now! We are the people! We want liberation!
One of the police just tried to yell into his bullhorn that the protesters must return to the protest area, but the bullhorn wasn't working very well. I could hear him because I'm standing very close to them, but I don't think most of the protesters would have heard that. And now we see the police chief.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Back up!
We do not either. I promise we have no weapons. There's nothing. There's no weapons. We are completely peaceful. I can't speak for everyone on that. I'm not the leader of these people.
There's no leader. But you're an emergent leader. He's an emergent leader. Let's just ask people to move back.
I don't think I can ask. I don't know if they will.
Oh, I understand that. Where's Rachel? They want us to move back.
How can we convince you to step out of our way? It's
not going to happen because we cannot allow you to get those buildings. We can't allow you to get the buildings. Let me ask you a question. What if everybody just stands their ground? They will move forward, you don't move forward.
We used to be able to protest here.
We can't anymore. That's why we were asked to step in. We need everybody to return to the protest. That's the main definition of the city is to keep the roadway open. That's why the fence came down, that's why everything came down. We can't allow you to What about a compromise? Maybe say like 20 minutes. And so that way they'll feel like, they can vent. Who am I talking to that's in charge? There's nobody. It's grassroots. I'm telling you.
He's an attorney. That's it.
Because then I'll relay it. They'll listen to me.
He doesn't speak for them. I don't speak for them.
That's a true statement.
We're just here. It was a sporadic thing. They had their banners up.
It's a grassroots movement. I'm telling you.
These things never have leaders. You know that. And I don't want to be identified as one and arrested as one, sir.
5 minutes? Okay. I put in a call to Director Kelly. Okay, he has not returned my call. Okay. I'm sorry? I'm the one in charge. Okay, and what's your title? Major. Okay. Is Commander Owen around? Okay. All right, so 5 minutes. Okay. I'll relay it. But it's grassroots. Thank you very much.
Robert Held is going down the line here of the protesters and telling them that the Illinois State Police have agreed to give them 5 minutes here to demonstrate. Yeah, they're saying... And he is going down the line telling everybody the state police is giving us 5 minutes and they're telling us to move back.
State police say 5 minutes and then they want us to move back. The state police say 5 minutes and then they want us to move back.
Where?
They want us to go to the protest zone.
And we want them to go to hell.
Yeah. Nobody, I told them it's grassroots.
Yeah,
it's grassroots.
So whatever degree of negotiating, tell them you're only one person, but everybody here wants to stay, so avoid a violent incident by just fall back. Fall back. I know they're not, though.
They're not going to back down.
Yeah, you're hearing some of that disconnect here between what the police assume this protest is.
You can convert anytime you want. Believe the good news.
Repentance is possible. This is a movement of love and solidarity. We love our neighbors. We love our God, and you are welcome to join us. Put down your weapons. Take off your badges. Leave this behind. Stop protecting ICE while they traffic our neighbors. You have that option anytime you want. Anytime you want. You can be on the right side, and you know what that is. There is a side of love and justice, and you know which side that is.
So now we're back to just the two sides staring at each other. The police are operating, it seems, under the assumption that there's a singular leader here in the protest that they can, communicate with, and that all of the protesters will listen to. But it's a grassroots thing that happened here.
I don't want you to be listed as a collaborator with what's happening at a concentration camp behind you. Stop! Lay down your weapons! End this now! Repent! There's a new world possible! You can be a part of it! Which side are you going to be on? Goodness, mercy, truth, or evil? It's your choice!
Do you think Jesus would be on your side of the line?
Yeah, many of the protesters are now sitting down on the ground. This is the protesters just trying to get closer to the building. They're not even directly outside of the ICE detention facility here in Broadview. They just want to be closer. Oh, and now some are actually moving forward. We see the officer there with the pepper ball gun is holding it up now. Attempted to fire it. Looks like he's having trouble operating it. You see shooting at the feet of some of the protesters. Several of the protesters getting hit in the leg. See, police. Well, note that I just got shot in the foot with a pepper ball just then. They're shooting the press, pushing us.
You're a fucking traitor, Mills. Fuck you.
Police are pushing us, pushing the press, pushing the protesters. You saw them jabbing their batons into those signs that the protesters were holding.
They made one arrest.
John's saying that they made one arrest, and yes, it does look like they did. Arrested one protester. You seem to have paused while they finish arresting the protester.
Grabbing him is very forward.
See that protester being led away back towards the police vehicles outside of the ICE detention facility. How are you doing, John?
I'm all right.
You all right?
Yeah.
I'm just noticing, I took one pepper ball in the foot, and then I turn around and look at you, and your entire knee and foot is covered in it. You've got to show that.
Yeah.
Did that hurt coming in?
No, not at all. I didn't feel it.
Okay.
I'm kind of upset I didn't bring my gas mask though. Yeah, you're doing better than me.
We debate.
I might have to give you the camera and you hang in.
Yeah, all right. John and I were debating at the car exactly, what kind of safety equipment would we need today. Turns out we could use all of it. Protesters have linked arms.
Clergy on the front line.
Yep, and we've got priests,
hot dogs,
a little of everything out here in Broadview, Illinois. Since we seem to be in a bit of a lull of the action here, I'm going to just say, we are here on the front lines, not afraid to show you what's going on. There's no mainstream press out here doing the same. So if you can, go to statuscoup.com/join, $5 a month. I feel like we're earning it today. How are you doing?
Hi. Sean, if you don't remember. It's not that far.
How you doing, Sean?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, turned into a bit of a crazy day. Is this what you is this what you were expecting out here today?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Sorry, I can't talk.
That's all right. We'll get you. Yeah. Looking down the line here at these protesters who have linked arms. State police had given them 5 minutes is what they were told. But again, the police seem to be under the impression that there's a singular leader here of the protesters who can tell them what to do. When this is a grassroots protest, see, the police now are shifting so that they are wall to wall, so to speak, from the fence line on one side of the street all the way up to nearly the edge of the building there on the other side of the street that you can see. This is what they've done in the past when they're preparing to push forward, though they're still standing quite relaxed at this point. Not all of the police have batons, but most do. It's quite the sight to see the Illinois State Police on one side, gas masks, riot gear, batons, facing off against protesters who...
The Illinois State Police, this is an unlawful assembly. We need you to vacate the roadway now.
Police say they're vacate the roadway now. Protesters standing pat out there. Police repeating that order. Looking out at this crowd, there are folks dressed as bears, hot dogs, a giant inflatable bee. It's quite the sight. Protesters have donned these costumes partly because of the proximity to the Halloween holiday, but also as a way to show that they are here for nonviolent demonstration.
Yeah, we're good. All right, bye.
Free our neighbors.
Protesters chanting, "Free them all," referencing the people who are in that building. I don't want that lost in everything that's happening out here. These protests are about people being held, reportedly 60 to a cage in there, forced to sleep standing up, deprived of sleep, deprived of food, deprived of access to sunlight, forced to sign away rights, not given access to private rooms with their attorneys. These are people who have been taken out of neighborhoods in Chicago and its surrounding communities. That is what these protesters came here to say, and they came here to say it to the federal government. But interposing themselves in between is the state police. State police being led by, of course, ultimately, I was just about to say it, that this is Governor Pritzker's state troopers, Democratic governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker's state troopers, who are interposing themselves between that building. That brick building you see there is the ICE detention facility. That is where the protesters want to protest. That is where they want to deliver their messages. And instead, it is state police from a Democratic governor who has repeatedly said how much he opposes what ICE and the other Department of Homeland Security agencies are doing here. He's saying that on the one hand, and his troopers are out here on the other hand to prevent these protesters from being able to protest out front of that building, freeing up more agents. And John, if you can see it, there's a vehicle leaving from that ICE detention facility right now. That is what these protesters are upset about. They want more agents. They want more of those federal agents here managing them and managing the crowd and managing the protests, rather than driving out of here as we see them attempting to do right now. Because those agents will go out there, they'll go on missions in these neighborhoods. We've shown you the results of that up close. We've shown you the security cam video of what happened in Lakeview, where protesters were chased through private property, where the homeowners did not consent to having federal agents on their property, where one man was left bleeding and bloodied after the altercation. They want the agents interfacing with them, the protesters, so they can't be out in the communities disappearing people. But instead, the state governor has put his troopers here to prevent the protesters from doing that, and in effect allowing ICE to continue its operations. And you can just see it so plainly because those vehicles are leaving the ICE facility right now.
Just want to protest ICE, guys, not you. Protest out of our way.
One of the protesters just yelling there, "We just want to protest ICE."
We want entry to the ICE abduction center. We have no fucking fight with you. Get
yelling, "We have no fight with you, we want access to the facility." This is something we've heard from the protesters. They want to be able to verify what the conditions are like inside. Some kind of oversight.
Hey, why don't you guys get the Call of Duty gear like your bros?
63, 65, you need to win that. Win that.
You wake up and realize you're doing a shitty
That's
thing.
crazy.
You gotta mute your eyes, everybody. I want to wipe that off. Looks a little bit unsightly.
The slow standoff continues. We're not seeing movement from the ICE agents, though they are standing more readied now than they were a minute before. But so far, no direct movement. It looks like some of the agents there, I'm trying to tell through my fogged up glasses, the goggles that we're wearing for safety, trying to tell exactly who's talking. But it looks like there's some state police officers talking there in the back behind all this lineup here. A sheriff's vehicle is coming closer here down the road.
You're protecting the wrong guy. Like that's the fence we watching the buses and shit go in. Like right here, bro. You ain't gonna be able to see in a minute. You need to wipe your shit off.
Yo, I think some of them think that.
Y'all think everybody trying to be funny? I'm dead serious. You need to wipe your shit off.
It's sad because like you could be solving crimes, you could be like stopping abductions, stopping your
What is state police doing?
They done shot it twice so far.
You can see all the protesters who are down here. And John, if you keep panning to the right there, to show there are still some protesters who are right there, but many of the group have moved up here, just standing together. Standing together down here.
Just doing y'all job. You enjoy it or are you just doing your job? It's a real question, bro. I'm not trying to be a dick. Do you enjoy it or are you just doing your job? It's a real question.
65, are you having fun?
Why y'all gotta be, y'all turn y'allself into villains, bro? I'm just a man with a camera. I'm like, what the? I can't get a little interview right quick or nothing? Yeah. They acting like the military, bro. Where is Friska fat ass at? That fat motherfucker getting voted out, bro. Friska big ass out of here. We don't fuck with him anyway. Him or Brandon Johnson. We don't fuck with them. Yeah. Katrina either for that Broadview. We don't fuck with her either. Whack ass executive order in a fucking building.
Again, just the standoff continuing out here. So I'll make the pitch again, because I feel like we're earning it today. We're getting shot up with pepper balls out here to be able to show you what is happening at really the forefront of the fight for the future of the country right now. One of these front lines for the future of the country. Broadview, Illinois, Portland, Oregon. These cities that are facing a lot of federal action right now, where the president is putting a lot of pressure to try and put troops on the ground. We're showing it to you up close. If you can support us, $5 is all it is. $5 a month. That is 16 cents a day. StatusCoup.com/join. John and I, the whole team here at Status Coup, be very grateful for your support in this moment.
Billy Bob back there look like he ready to fight somebody to fuck up. Jake, stop. I ain't do shit. I'm recording. Y'all don't want me to say shit. I'm fast. That's why I feel comfortable saying what I say, because I'm fast. Fucking gone. I think it's rubber bullets. I think it's rubber. I'm trying to get an interview, man. They won't say nothing.
Protesters there trying to shame the officers by pointing out that there's clergy here in this crowd.
You're on the wrong side of history.
You can leave, bro. I'm still gonna get subscribers. There's still gonna be people who like you, bro. So if you wanna leave, go ahead, bro. I appreciate people subscribing and watching, but I'm not gonna let you call me dumb because you're watching. You lost your mind. Bro, stop playing with me, you bet. You gonna be next. You gonna get turned out for 86 days. Only why y'all saying I'm saying something dumb because it's something y'all don't agree with. That's the problem with this country. Bye, bye, bye. It probably was night by the time you were out. Don't use all caps, don't use more than one.
Give you that look again here down the line between the protesters and the Illinois State Police. Police that ultimately answer to Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, standing here preventing these protesters from protesting directly outside of the Broadview ICE detention facility in Broadview, Illinois. Like, if you looking here just to the left, and I'll note that back there in that back line, there are Illinois State Police with guns out here. I mean, it's an intimidating show of force from a state led by a Democratic governor.
You a damn civilian.
So far, what we've seen police use is their batons and their pepper balls. It's for those pepper balls that the police have their gas masks on because it does choke you up. It makes you cough. You know, you may have heard it here over the microphone. People around us are coughing just from the leftover bits of pepper ball that are here on the ground. Some of the pepper that's kicked up into the air. Some of the coughing that it makes you do. John was getting choked up a little bit. I've even gotten a little bit of it through my mask. Very little, but a little bit. Protesters are content to continue demonstrating, content to stand here for as long as they're allowed, it seems.
Yeah, the guy was still. I love you, Blake Ward. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. I can't hear you. Y'all lost him with that stay back, though. The man got on the whole gas mask. He probably is standing back.
It's not clear exactly what the police are doing right now beyond just standing pat, if they have any intention of moving forward. They've, done this posture of extending across the entire road here. And I'll note, where we are right now is not as close as these protests used to be. There's some concrete barricades behind the police here. That's where a fence, an illegal fence, used to be. And my first day down here in Broadview, we were able to walk all the way right up to that fence line. Right up to where those concrete barriers are now. So you can see the loss of tolerance for the protests over time as they've been forced back and away from that facility where people are reportedly being held in cages so tightly that they're forced to sleep standing up, deprived food, deprived sleep, forced to sign away rights when they don't understand the documents that they are signing, etc., etc. That's according to a class action lawsuit that was filed yesterday by some of the detainees inside that building. And what a lot of the protesters want is just to be able to, one, they're calling for freeing many of these protesters, or of these detainees, excuse me. But they're also, at the very least, looking to verify what the conditions are like inside. One protester here asking to speak to one of the leaders.
It's super quick. We're considering backing away, so just letting you know. Thank you, Escalate. Appreciate that. Okay. Yep. I'm Sean. Dave.
Relax, baby, relax.
Heard the protesters there. Sean introduced himself to a Illinois State Police officer who identified himself as Dave. Exchanging just a few words. You might have been able to hear better at home than I could because I'm extending the microphone out away from my body to be able to catch that without, advancing too far here, because these law enforcement, they've showed it personally to us. They are not afraid to use force here against the press. So trying to keep ourselves back in safety while letting you listen in on what those conversations are like. And we'll try to find Sean after this for an interview. I tried to interview him just a moment ago. He said, not right now, understandably. It's a tense situation down here.
Why y'all be calling me Uncle Ruckus, bro? Hey, I used to be the worst one, bro. They should appreciate that I'm standing here not saying shit. I was absolutely the worst one out here, bro. So I'm not gonna get the hollering and screaming and all that shit. I get tired of that shit. Like them boys use a little eye contact. Y'all get eye signals? It sure look like it. What you blinking 2 times mean? Yeah, it's not a joke. Yeah, it's like he was telling them something with his eyes. Where you see ABC at? I don't see nobody but Status Coup and me. I don't think there's no main media out here like that, bro. They be scared too. Oh shit. Hey, they kind of getting closer with the rubber bullets and shit, ain't they? Every time you look the other way, they take 2 steps forward. Relax, guys. So them binoculars, and you pull them down. That's what that is? I can't even ask y'all a real question, bro. Y'all like shut the fuck up. That was a real question, bro.
So far, again, law enforcement just standing here. It's really unclear what the ultimate resolution that they're hoping for is. Like, they've said they want everybody back at the protest areas, but how they go about achieving that? Are they prepared to use force? That's what we're waiting to find out right now. They've used it already just to move the protesters back a few feet. You can tell how far forward the protesters were able to move by some marks of pepper ball bullets on the ground, some white streaks there, marking as far up as the protesters were able to get.
The rest of them scared. Come on now.
Oh, John, I'll note that there are some members of, at least one man identified as Border Patrol back there. I think those gentlemen back behind the police are federal officers, yeah. Our federal officers who are out here also wearing their gas masks. One of them donning gloves right now. I didn't notice when they came out exactly. But we've seen that they are willing. We've watched them do it several times. They're willing to come out here and interact directly with these protesters, throw them down to the ground, arrest them, fire tear gas into these crowds. And we see some of them walking forward a few steps now and then backing up a little bit, or nope, pointing out things we see out here.
All that is you wear. Oh yeah, I gotta watch you. Shame, 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 I got a lot of history. A lot of these shame, 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 They want to kick my ass. Shame. That ain't the National Guard. That's the Illinois State Police.
Yeah, seeing those federal agents out here is a little bit concerning because they have showed much more of a hair trigger to using force. Not that the Illinois State Police haven't been shy, or have been, not to imply that the Illinois State Police have been shy about it either.
That's why you don't see Broadview PD. They only got 15 officers. They can't control this crowd at all. That's why you need this. Because Broadview is 10 officers, and one of them the captain. They saying shame. You talking about who is shame?
Turn around! Turn around! Turn around!
Protesters are now chanting, "Turn around," at the Illinois State Police, meaning saying that the real threat here are the federal agents who are out there. You see them there in that more expressly militarized gear. They're wearing camouflage, got more of the military-style helmets. They're saying that is who the real threat is out here.
They playing music, I'm a music.
We're seeing some of the state police officers talking there behind the line. Not clear exactly what they're saying. They've been gesturing out here at the crowd. We're kind of gesturing at the whole crowd. You see them there talking. Those are all Illinois State Police there talking. I know I've been making reference to the militarized gear, but those militarized police that you see talking there, those are Illinois State Police. Hard to tell apart different law enforcement when they're all so militarized, isn't it?
Who are you protecting right now? Look at who you're protecting! Look behind you! Look at the building behind you! What are they doing in there? How are you okay with this?
Y'all still mad about them little jokes? That shit was 2 weeks ago, bro. Ain't no motherfucker said shit to y'all. Don't try to get me first, bro. I'm taking off.
Are you able to see what that says on it, John?
Cook away.
I know y'all ain't telling them motherfuckers shoot me with no rubber bullet, bro.
Cook away.
The Cuck Army?
Y'all on some bullshit, bro.
Cuck away.
I can't see that.
Y'all want me to take the damn videos down, bro? Jesus Christ, y'all want me to delete them motherfuckers? Ain't nobody trying to be in tour with y'all for life for that shit. Hey, where? You on some bullshit, bro? He told you to hit me with the rubber bullet? He told you to hit me with the rubber bullet? That what he told you?
Does this look dangerous to you? Like, actually. Where's your section? Bullshit, bro. We'll get beat up by the sticks. Chill.
Take the video down. Tell his ass to go do that shit.
Protesters yelling out the Illinois State Police that they don't need the guns that some of them have, saying that they will be beat fine by the sticks. Using some humor here, lighten the mood a little bit, I guess.
Pop me, gang.
No dick shot, you swore. You fucking swore, Blakemore. Blakemore. No fucking dick shot.
Protesters yelling out, "You're defending human trafficking," referencing ICE and what it is doing in these communities here. Abducting people and transporting them out of state, out of the country. Disappearing people. Just reading out some of the signs here that protesters are holding up and seeing. It's not too late to quit your job. ICE equals Gestapo. Without due process, it's called kidnapping. There's now some music playing here in the crowd. There's quite a few of the protesters are dancing out here in the back rows. The front row remains stoic, interlinked arms just in case the police advance. But you can see the movement back there. You see a dancing zebra. And some of the other protesters deep in there. I see one dressed as a giraffe, you know, just dancing out, yelling "fuck ICE" on occasion. Again, these tactics of dressing in these outfits, today it's much more related to Halloween. But historically, or in recent, what we've seen here is as a method of showing nonviolence, protesters have been wearing costumes and dancing to show just out here to protest, not here to hurt anyone.
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
I know that there are several thousand of you watching right now. Thank you for watching along as we bring you these frontline looks at what is happening here in Broadview, Illinois. I'll note if this is your first time seeing something from Status Coup, first of all, welcome. Second of all, we have been on the ground here in Chicago for the better part of a month, living here on the ground, showing what it is actually like, these protests outside of the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility, and showing other places around the city that are being victimized by ICE right now, where people are being abducted, people are being kidnapped, taken to this facility here, that brick building behind the police officers that you see there, disappeared there. We've been bringing report after report out here, many times scooping the mainstream press on what is happening. So get subscribed so you can see the future times that we go live from scenes very similar to this. This is not the first time that I've been wearing a gas mask or a respirator, or that John's been wearing a hard hat, or that we both had goggles on to protect ourselves. Because we get right here and show you this action up close to what is actually happening here on the streets of Broadview in Chicago right now, as this city attempts to stand up against the Trump administration and its occupation of this area. So yeah, get subscribed, hit the bell so you get notified when we go live, when we post our reports. And if you can, StatusCoup.com/join. We've spent $10,000 to be on the ground here in Chicago. That's for plane tickets, that's for hotels, that's for renting vehicles, that's for gas, that's for food. Just the basic necessities to keep us alive and keep us moving around to where the story is down here. It's expensive work, and if you can support us, we'd be immensely grateful. StatusCoup.com/join. We love all of our members. And in this moment, I'm feeling particularly grateful for those of you who have funded us to be out here, to be showing you what is happening here as these protesters, many of whom are in costume, some of whom are clergy, calling out to Illinois State Police, to the ICE agents beyond, repent, show you what it's actually like here on the ground. As the state acts as an agent for the Trump administration, Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, putting his police officers here, interposing them between the protesters and the ICE agents, or the federal agents, excuse me. I see a number of them are labeled as Border Patrol. So the Department of Homeland Security officers that you see standing just beyond there.
Status Coup is ISP.
These protesters would rather be directly protesting those ICE agents. And in effect, the protesters have now gotten some of what they would like. At least the Department of Homeland Security now has to spend some resources to mind this crowd rather than sending these officers out on missions around the city. And we've seen this group of DHS agents, I think, grow in the time that we've been here, I would say. More agents come out here. But for now, both sides content to really just stand here, stare at each other. The protesters play music, dance, do the occasional chant. Police standing here with their batons at the ready. They're not doing any more than that. Yeah. We good yet? I'll say that in the days before this, not every day, because every day it seems like the rules are a little different out here in the protest zones. But for several days, the local police, at least when it was the Broadview police, they were content to take a, I don't know if I should call it a hands-off approach, but they were letting these protests die out on their own, protesters to get tired, to go home, rather than adhering to the strict protesting curfew that the mayor has instituted here in the village of Broadview. And I'm wondering if something similar is happening with the state police. Presumably they're not going to want their troopers standing here all day, but maybe content to let this crowd dissipate some on its own. Though I'll say that it hasn't really as of yet. So it's largely the same size as when we started. And I'll keep repeating it because I don't want it lost. The protests, this scene that you see playing out in front of you, it's all about that brick building there on camera. That brick building directly behind the police, behind the federal agents who are behind them. That brick building is the ICE detention facility here in Broadview, Illinois, where a lawsuit filed yesterday is alleging that the folks standing inside, or being forced to stay inside that facility, who are abducted from neighborhoods in and around Chicago, are forced to go without food, forced to go without sleep, not allowed to meet privately in some cases with their attorneys, have had to been coerced into signing documents they did not understand that limited their rights, depriving people of food, water, light. You can see all the windows boarded up there. That is what this is all about. The people inside that building who have been abducted here in the Chicagoland area. I mean, it just makes you think, like, what does America come to right now? It's such a visual metaphor, too. The Illinois State Police are backed up by the federal government despite the state's governor, J.B. Pritzker, a Democrat, who has spoken out against this administration, And what it is doing, the Trump administration is doing here in the Chicagoland area, despite that, their officers here on the front lines, backed up by the federal officers, then behind them. In effect, helping the Trump administration enact its mission here in the Chicago area.
They're not even Illinois residents. They're fucking cowboys shipped in from Texas.
They're not even people, they're just Satan.
See some of these bubbles, these are drifting in from where the protesters are dancing. You know, drifting in there among the Illinois State Police.
We're the ones you're supposed to be protecting, but you're fighting us.
You're all wrong. You're all Nazis. You're helping the Nazis. You're all Nazis. That's the first reaction we got out of you, black man. Say, damn, I'm black. Black Nazis don't come around too often.
I've seen that there are 4,000 of you watching along with us live here on YouTube. If you're watching at one of the other platforms, also welcome. If even just a fraction of you went to statuscoup.com/join, you would help us afford another month here on the ground in Chicago. $5 from enough people pooled together makes a real difference for us. Keeps us here on the ground reporting where most mainstream media won't go. A lot of these cameramen that you see out here are independent press as well. But I got to brag about us for a little bit here. There have been many days where we're the only camera out here in Broadview or in some of these Chicago neighborhoods where ICE has been operating. Because we are going through that tireless work, that tireless shoe leather journalism every day, going out into the community, showing you what it's like. We believe it's important work. It's why we're doing it. It's why we're choosing. It's why we're away from our families for as long as we are. Because we believe this is important. Crowd now starting to bounce along to some music here. Seems like over time, more and more federal agents keep coming out too. Though again, they're just content to stand there behind Illinois State Police for now. And the protesters are doing the cha-cha slide.
One of them says like Tug Army, and then the other one says like
How
you doing? Yeah.
I'm all right.
The suspense, man.
Yeah, I know.
Are you guys still rolling?
Yeah, we are. Come on, man. It's good to see you, Joe. Yeah, I know. We're good, too.
I got a lot of shit on there.
Is it the pepper?
Yeah. I
Pepper
just don't
and
have a good
egg?
mask on. I forgot my mask in the car.
A lot of that going around right now.
I'm
Of course, I remembered my wand, but not really coming. I'll be back. I gotta.
All right. Oh, yeah. See, one of the members of clergy was up near the front yelling to the officers to repent, getting saline poured in his eye to help wash out the pepper that is in the air here. We hear everybody hacking it up. If you can, like the stream, share it. Helps more people see what is happening on the ground here in Broadview as we continue to wait for what the next steps here are from law enforcement, from the protesters. If you're wondering what's going to happen next, you're not alone. I'm right there with you. A lot of tense been tension in the air here for quite a while now.
We have windows. You'll like it better over here. It's more fun.
How will you feel when you die?
Dance, piggy. I'm sure we can pay you for the rest of the day.
Is the overtime worth it?
See some of the agents there swapping out with each other there in the line. This is something we've seen before when there were protracted standoffs with protesters. They'll tap each other out, give a break. See, John there is focusing on that is Illinois State Police there, though you'd be forgiven for thinking they are soldiers. They are Illinois State Police officers that just quite militarized, have rifles out here. While the protesters have been taking exception to the presence of those guns, saying that they feel like they can be beat plenty well with just the batons that many of the state police have in their hands right now.
Show of hands who likes this song.
Protesters are yelling out towards the police, trying to get them to get some kind of reaction, asking them to dance, raise their hand if they like the song, hoping to try and get some kind of human response out of the law enforcement out here.
6365, break it down. Go 6365.
Calling out to the police officers based on the numbers on their helmets, saying 6365 is that officer right there in the brown sweater, telling him to break it down.
Hey, 667, I'll give you a sticker if you go home.
You don't like it.
Hey, 555.
You got all the worst equipment.
It's hard to tell through the mask, but it looks like some of the police are laughing at what the protesters are saying.
Bro, if I was like half of my coworkers pulled up with a sweater on, oh my fucking god.
walking there down the line there. That woman holding that sign, she is holding a sign that says ICE is cool. She's been a fixture of these protests, just coming out, trying to rile up the crowd. See a yellow Angry Bird there. Dancing. Again, trying to demonstrate that nonviolence. Protesters trying to bring some levity to the moment.
red string, that's cute as fuck. The decorations. Yeah, bro. Accessories. Yeah.
Since I see some questions in the chat about where we are, I'll reset really quick, which is just that we are in Broadview, Illinois. This is just outside Chicago. That brick building is the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility. These protesters are here to demonstrate in front of. But Illinois State Police that ultimately answer to the Democratic governor here, J.B. Pritzker, have interposed themselves in between that building and these protesters, not allowing them to get any closer.
Go do your job! Go do your job, it's behind you! Turn around, it's not there! Who do you serve? Who do you protect? 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 Who do you serve?
See those vehicles coming in and out of the ICE detention facility there, that white bus.
That way!
That's how the agents move new detainees in and out of this facility, is in vehicles like that. See another little changing of the guard here of the Illinois State Police, as some are given relief from standing out here.
I got the black lung, Pops. What the fuck? Fucking Fletcher. Sheriff's trying to be the bitches. Fletcher. Motherfucker. Yo, where's Jones? Is Jones out there? Is Jones out there, Blakemore?
They didn't give you guys any sticks! Where's your stick?
That guy's crazy.
Where's your stick?
How you gonna beat my ass without a stick? Jones is crazy, dude. You know he's crazy. That guy's crazy. I saw it in his eyes.
Need your stick!
What y'all getting ready to do? I just came for the orgy, boys. What's going on? Well. It isn't the blowjob, bro.
happened? Is it lunchtime?
Are you guys going to ask us to get back nice, or what's the deal?
There are now several dozen federal agents back behind the Illinois State Police. There are definitely more and more of them over time.
Hey, no, Blakemore was my buddy. What the fuck? Blakemore. No! Blakemore, no!
State police are deserting you! ISP's deserting you! All your buddies are leaving!
Why does this medic got like 3 guns on him? Yo, medic Powers, why do you got like 5 guns? Oh, that's a taser, my bad.
Yeah, several dozen ICE officers now back there. Also with their gas masks on.
Blakemore to call me later!
Started with just a small group of them out here. First, there were none at all. There were a couple standing up on the roof of that brick building. But then there was a small group outside as these protesters had moved up. Now, I mean, there's, what, John, at least 2 dozen out here. Some are labeled as Border Patrol. In fact, most are. Have you seen Bavino among them, John? I haven't been able to make him out. Greg Bavino is the Border Patrol commander who is in charge of the ICE operations out here in the Chicagoland area. And he's had to answer to a federal judge about his use of force out here. Though I'll note that a judge tried to make Greg Bavino appear in court daily to justify how his agents are using force out here. But an appeals court ruled against that judge, so Bavino does not have to appear in court. Very little in terms of oversight of what these agents are doing out here in the Chicago area.
Fletcher, you'll never be a Blakemore.
Women are bleeding out in there.
What if it was your pregnant wife without
Conditions are inhumane in that abduction center. And you're complicit. You're allowing it. You're protecting it.
Close your eyes. It's a humanitarian crisis in there.
And you're protecting it.
Are the green?
How would you feel representing your grandmother
the elderly their proper care. What are the green guys?
Back there?
Yeah.
Border Patrol.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Bureau of Prisons? Oh, Federal Officer Bureau of Prisons on one of them. I know I read at least one that said Border Patrol. I'll note that one of the protesters just zoomed in with a camera on at least one of those officers. It looks like actually several of them are labeled as, well, they are federal officers. Many of them are labeled as Bureau of Prisons. So just to be clear about who is out here. They are federal agents, as I said, just that they are, many are apparently labeled Bureau of Prisons.
They want to make it. You got fucking 4 or 5 You guys are all Bureau of Prisons. That line back there.
I hope you're all ready to be tried in The Hague, because that's what's happening when this is over. Every single one of you will be tried in the International Criminal Court.
What are you protecting? What are you?
I already see in Cook County typically.
You too will be tried in The Hague, Fletcher.
Protesters are now backing up somewhat. The protesters working their way backwards.
Stop agitating, fucking bootlickers. Jesus Christ. What are the cops? Fucking weirdo. Jesus Christ. He's literally going around. Get off my stuff! Hey, hop on!
See some of the protesters that are struggling. That's over the sign that the one protester is holding. Protesters continuing to make their way back down Beach Street away from the ICE detention facility.
See if she'll tell her to come over yet.
Pardon me.
Hi there, ma'am. I'm a reporter. I was wondering if I could interview you about what's been happening out here.
Why not?
Sure.
I just need to. I need Kleenex.
They feel that pepper in the air.
So,
Can't take mine off or I'll feel it.
Good. Polish name.
Yes,
Are
very
you
much
Czech
so.
or Polish?
Polish.
Okay, because my husband is Czech with a Y at the end. SKY. Anyway, what do you want to know?
I wanted to find out, I guess let's just start with overall feelings about what we just saw here with
It's ridiculous to have these are not threatening people. These are just people who care. Those are people who are getting paid not to care.
Meaning the police.
Pardon?
Meaning the police?
You know, what? What are they doing here besides, you know, I tutor in a nonprofit in Chicago. I have had kids from Nigeria, Nepal, Bolivia, Mexico, Jamaica, because I've been doing it for 22 years. That nonprofit never once asked, are your parents documented? They just help them, and they're there to help kids. They have a tutoring program, a teen program. That's what should be done for these people who are not documented. Find a way to get them. They work hard. They contribute their, tax money. Some of them are bad eggs, but you can say that about any group of people. I've never really had a problem in the neighborhood where I tutor. It's a very struggling neighborhood. You just say hello to people and smile, and they smile back. No big deal. Zip ties. Are they going to zip ties? I'm 84 years old. I'm a former middle school teacher, mostly in Massachusetts, liberal Massachusetts. It's
84 years old, and you're out here with a gas mask.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, why not?
Why not?
Why not? This is what it's about, baby. You're either in the game or you're just sitting back eating bonbons and watching soap operas. That's not me. I was a teacher for a long time, and I would want my kids to be here,
What made you want to be out here today?
Because what I see, how they handle people, it's inhumane. There's no humanity. They're throwing people down on the ground. They didn't have to do that, I got caught in the middle of a little drug raid in my neighborhood. It was terrifying, and I didn't do anything wrong. I was just there, and I couldn't get out because they had my car all blocked in. That's Nazi Germany, 1938-39.
Do you think we're there? I mean, are you calling what you're seeing on your streets fascist?
I don't like labels, but I just see it as people not making a way for the undocumented. If we had a friggin' civilized immigration policy that this Congress that's sitting on their asses, getting their health insurance, getting their salaries, couldn't they be putting that to good use rather than just closing the government? Closing the government is not governing. It's just politics today. It's disgusting. And Trump, the guy is a little bit loony. He's a little bit deranged, and he's just set loose. He's just set loose.
You talked there about how politicians could be spending money to, actually support people. Where all this money that we see splayed out in front of us, all these police, how they're outfitted, the helicopter circling overhead, everything that's spent to defend that building and keep it operational. What would you like to see that money actually go towards to help you, your friends, your neighbors, your family?
Good government, good policing in the city. Chicago's a beautiful city. It's not perfect. No large city is. But more policemen on the street, more money put into education. I mean, they keep taking it away from education, put it back. This is a public school teacher speaking. Public school education, when it's good, it's going to save the day. But, you know, you can't. Head Start, they're taking money away from Head Start. That's just a proven, factual aid to kids. I don't know.
You're a little inspirational to me in the sense that you said 84, was it? You say you're 84?
Yeah, but don't tell anybody.
Got it. Just between you, me, and the camera.
I don't care. I'm happy in my age.
I am just curious, what's your message to younger generations that are growing up and they have not known anything but this?
Look at the science, climate change. Look at the science. Look at the facts. Ferret out the truth. Ferret out the facts. Get the hell off your phone and social media and look around you. You'll see it. You'll see what's wrong. You'll see what's right.
And I didn't catch your name.
Laurel.
Laurel?
Yeah,
common spelling? Is it common spelling?
Laurel.
Thank you very much, Laurel. Anything else you would want to say while you had the platform?
No, I love these people. They're good. There are people who are very concerned about me because I'm so old, and they help me put my gas mask on. These are good people. These are broken-hearted people.
Thank you very much, Laurel. Appreciate the time. All right, let's try and find
the priest or Sean. Either one.
Yeah, he was just here. It's not gonna matter what you say. Oh my God! Yeah, there you go.
See, some protesters are.
Costume.
Wow, okay.
All right. So, yeah, let's...
You have,
Yeah, there you go.
You're welcome.
Some pepper. All right. So maybe if you could just do a spin for us and let us see the full outfit. Wow. Okay. So explain for people at home what you're dressed as.
I am dressed as Greg Bavino, baby in chief, who's terrorizing our city right now.
For folks who don't know, Greg Bavino is the Trump administration official who is in charge of these operations out here in the Chicago area. He's a Border Patrol commander. Now, why are you characterizing him as a baby?
Because I see him basically every day in our streets. He looks terrified. He's chucking tear gas at people who are standing around legally and peacefully recording. That tells me that he's not, that's coward behavior.
No doubt coming out of this protest, we're going to see a bunch of right-wing news outlets try to call it a riot or try to call it an insurrection. Carrot, you're here. Carrot, what is this? Describe it for folks.
It's a bunch of people who care about our city, who care about our neighbors, who care about the most vulnerable people in our society, which is the other thing. I mean, that's who Bavino is targeting. That's who ICE is targeting. Their narrative that they're picking up like the worst of the worst is the most... It's completely laughable and unbelievable to anyone who's actually seen the way they're operating. The only people that they've taken in recent days are landscapers, construction workers, moms dropping their kids off to school. And that's who's here, like the people who care about... Actually, we're the ones who care about law and order, because the only people that are terrorizing our city and are acting unlawfully are ICE agents and Border Patrol. So, I mean, you can hear the music. We've been dancing, we've been chanting. There's not like a single violent act here. What's violent is the facility behind us. You saw the lawsuit that just came out, right? The conditions inside this facility are completely illegal and inhumane, and that's what we're here to protest.
Yeah, just to catch people up there was a class action lawsuit filed by some of the detainees inside this facility, lawyers for them filing a lawsuit that alleges some pretty, I would call it inhuman conditions. People are being deprived of sleep, being deprived of food, not being given a private place to meet with their lawyers.
We're not being allowed to meet with them at all, not being presented documents in a language that they'll understand it in, being pressured to sign things that they can't even understand.
Yeah, signing away rights, etc., etc. When you heard the allegations that are coming out in this class action lawsuit, what was your first reaction?
I mean, it's sickening. It's disgusting. I'm not at all surprised because I see the way that ICE is acting on our streets, and I see the way that they act towards people who are peacefully recording them and monitoring what they're doing as well. They're unbelievably violent, so it makes sense that what's happening in the facility is also horrible.
What would justice look like for Chicago?
Oh, that's a tough question because so much harm has already been done that can't be repaired. I mean, I was here at this facility a couple days ago. There weren't really any protesters, but within the span of 10 minutes, I met 3 different families of people who had been abducted that day. They're devastated. They're never going to be able to recover from this. I hugged a girl who was crying. Her dad was taken when he was at work. I met a U.S. citizen who was detained when they didn't believe her documents were real. They took her anyway into Broadview, kept her for hours. She was shaking. I mean, I don't know how you can repair the damage that's already been done, but for sure it means that they need to leave. Nobody wants them here. We don't need them here. They're what's making the city dangerous and unlivable right now. So
we saw here today, again, Illinois State Police that ultimately answer to Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, who has said he does not support what ICE is doing here in the Chicagoland area. His state troopers interpose themselves and act as security guards for the federal government out here. How does it make you feel? Do you feel like the governor, is his words and some of the lawsuits that he's filed, is that enough?
I mean, his actions don't match his words whatsoever. We've been asking him for weeks and weeks to stop protecting ICE, to stop putting, the people that are getting harmed and arrested at these protests are us. Like you said, he's put his police directly between us and the feds in order to allow them to operate as efficiently as possible. It's what's allowing them to abduct as many people as they're abducting every day. It's what's allowing this facility to continue to be run without any oversight. So, I mean, I don't understand how he can say that he is on our side or on the city's side right now.
I don't know how close you were to the action that was happening here when the police were coming in. Can you describe what you were able to see from your vantage point?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty similar to what we've seen before. They were firing or chemical weapons. They were hitting people with their batons. They arrested a number of people. I mean, it's unfortunately what we've become used to, and all we're doing is standing here. So, yeah.
Becoming used to it, becoming inured to it, becoming calloused to the fact that this is just the reality out here when trying to protest the federal government in Broadview, Illinois. That just the act of protest, well, I'm going to go and stand in the street, I better be prepared for police violence in response. Were you prepared at all for this? Like, what did you have ready just in case?
Yeah, I mean, I have my proper gas mask and goggles back in my bag, but it kind of happened so quickly after I arrived that I didn't get it ready, and I just had this. But I mean, I've lived in this country most of my life. I've never needed to have a gas mask at home or in my car. The way that I don't leave my house without it now, because you don't know when you're going to encounter ICE or Greg Bovino, like personally himself, firing tear gas at us in the middle of residential neighborhoods. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't as prepared as I could have been when I rushed in today, but you'll see that many of us have these because we have to now. I mean, it's hard to believe that this is Chicago or this is the U.S., honestly.
Absolutely, and I can echo that because as a member of the press, we just got shot up. I'm looking at John's knees and feet right now, absolutely covered in chemicals that they are shooting out of their pepper ball guns. I got hit in the foot. Mine does not nearly look as severe as what John got because he was my human shield unintentionally there. Sorry about that, John. But yeah, so we're members of the press. We're getting shot up with pepper balls. We're getting shoved around as well. We had police yell at us, tell us that they didn't care that we were members of the press, that we are out here trying to exercise our First Amendment rights in the same way that these protesters are, and yet you're being met with this force. Mm-hmm. We didn't tell people your name. How would you want to be identified here?
My name is Jackie Birov. I don't feel the need to hide. They want us to be afraid. I mean, that's the other thing. They're targeting protesters instead of holding the people, like I said, who are terrorizing our city accountable. They're surveilling us and trying to make people afraid to hold up a camera to what's going on. And I mean, I don't want to tell anyone else how to be. It's a scary time, but I don't feel like I need to hide. And I've been arrested here before. I think, you know, that's the other thing. It feels like they are making a point of arresting people who are visible to try to prevent us from protesting more and just silence us and not allow us to use our First Amendment rights.
But you clearly weren't intimidated. Oh, but it seems like something might be happening out here. So we're gonna move back around.
Blessed are the poor in the spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. There are so many families mourning right now because of what ICE is doing. They're lined up behind you. They're mocking you. They're mocking you. And they're mocking us because we love our neighbors. We should all go to those who are mourning right now. There are people mourning inside that facility. We just want to comfort them. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Let me tell you something about the meek. They're not wearing tasers and carrying wooden sticks. They're holding flowers. They're dancing. They're blowing bubbles. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. We are here because we hunger and thirst for righteousness and justice, and we will be filled. That is our assurance. What is your assurance? Do you know there are consequences to what you do here today? There are consequences for your heart. There are consequences for our lives and our country and all the people of the world, because you are choosing to be on the side of captors. You're choosing to be on the side of oppressors. That is your choice. You all have agency. You all have free will. You can lay down your weapons. Or you can turn against the ICE officers who are amassing behind you right now. For what purpose? For what purpose? Let me keep going. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Purify your hearts. If you saw God the way that we see God on this side, you would be standing with us. Purify your hearts. Blessed are the peacemakers. Peacemakers don't carry pepper ball guns. It does seem like you read the safety manual. ICE didn't. They were shooting us in the head. The safety manual says that that can cause fatal injuries. That's page 4.1. That's not something that a peacemaker carries. Peacemakers come with songs and prayers and dances to decry this evil. Look at these people. Just take a glance behind you. We're not going anywhere. Just take a glance behind you. These are child abductees. These are people who are raiding homes in the middle of the night to zip tie children naked and put them in the back of U-Haul vans. Where are those children? Why aren't you investigating where those children are? You brother, I see you. I think you hate that. I think it makes your spirit curdle. I do. I think you hate what they are doing to the children and the elders of this. Are you from Chicago? How many generations back are your family immigrants? Where are they from? Let me keep going.
You like Mexican food?
Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. You realize that's what you're doing? We're on the side of righteousness, and you are persecuting us. You're persecuting our neighbors, and you are colluding with the persecution of these federal agents. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. I am grateful that my feet are in the kingdom of heaven right now. But there has always been the violence of empire that comes against the kingdom of heaven. You realize that's what the crucifixion was? Jesus was preaching these words, and they came against him with violence. The violence of the state. The violence of the state in collusion with religious authorities. They knew that the charges against him were trumped up. And they crucified him anyway. There was an official of the religious institutions at that time who said, as he was trying to justify it to himself, He said it is better for one man to die than for a nation to die. And we understand the kind of calculation that Pritzker is trying to make here, that he is afraid that the National Guard will come. But look at yourselves right now. You are the problem. You have been dragging people out of free speech zones. You have been slamming people in the concrete. You have been dragging people by their faces who are doing nothing. A couple weeks ago, people were invited by Broadview police to come out into the street, told it was safe, and then ISP descended on them. It's vile. That is not what the kingdom of heaven is made of. The kingdom of heaven is made of dancing and singing and praying, longing for our enemies to be well. You realize the love that is coming at you right now? We're standing here peacefully, yearning for your salvation. And I will pray for any of your deliverance. But I need your consent. You need to want to be well. Jesus said that. He said to those he healed, do you want to be well? He never did it by coercion. This is coercive force. Jesus never worked by coercion. God never works by coercion, always by consent. You need to want to be well. You need to want to be saved, brother. You need to want it. We can minister your healing, your deliverance. I know you are struggling. This is a hard job. This is not what you signed up for. You did not think, I'm going to take all the things that I was taught by my sweet grandparents who moved here from Poland and Ireland, when they told me to love my neighbor. I'm going to take all that and I'm going to go club some peaceful protesters. I'm going to go club a pastor who's praying for my soul. That's not why you're here. You joined up because you wanted to stop human trafficking. You wanted to stop the people who abduct children. And right now your backs are protecting them. And you know that. And you don't have to do that. The people giving you these orders are not going to protect you. They're going to hang you out to dry. They're going to say it's their fault. Because that's what every empire has ever done. Every regime has put the blame on those who are on the streets in your position, who are just following orders. They will retire to Argentina. They will buy their estates. They will write their books. They will deny all wrongdoing. They will say it's your fault. We see better than that. You have the option to quit your job. We will celebrate. We will party with you. We will throw you a retirement party. We will do everything in our power to help you get jobs as teachers and social workers, to get back into school. How many of you are artists? How many? How many of you are musicians? This is a good question. Listen to that question. What if it was your mother, your child? Would you still be standing here right now if it was your child? This is why Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. It's so vital that we understand that we are not well unless our neighbor is well. But right now you are aiding the violence that is being brought against our neighbors. I'm almost done. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Yeah, protect us. But there's the kingdom of heaven. This is the one I really want you to hear. Jesus said, blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Do you know how much that is happening to the people behind me? They're calling us Antifa. It doesn't even exist. They're calling us domestic terrorists. We're blowing bubbles. We're dancing. We're praying. We're singing. Blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you on my account. We are here doing what Jesus called us to do so that we could inherit the new creation. That's what we want. And right now you're standing in the way. You could join the joyful procession into the kingdom of God. You really could. It's as simple as repenting and believing the good news. It's as simple as that. May your hearts be softened. I'm almost done. Jesus said, blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad. Do you see how much rejoicing there is on our side? We are filled with grief and rage, and yet we are rejoicing because we feel the liberation burning in our bones. The prophet Jeremiah said, I feel this unction I feel it. I feel the word of God. I feel liberation in my bones like a fire that is shut up, and I am weary of holding it in. How long has it been since you felt fires of justice kindling in your bones? How long have you been numb? How long have you been numb? How long have you been suffering? Because your conscience has been shut down. Because you've had to beat it into submission. You are brutalizing yourselves so that you can brutalize us, so that you can protect human traffickers. And I shudder for your souls. Purify your hearts. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. In the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. We understand what we are doing here. We understand that we are putting our bodies at risk because the prophecy must be spoken. Justice must be called for. And we will not be deterred by your clubs, You should turn on your cameras. We see that there are no red lights. You should turn them on. The press knows too. Okay, this guy's is on. Go ahead and turn them on. See, they listen. I want to invite you to take each other's hands so that we can pray. Just go ahead and take each other's hands. Touch is powerful. I'm going to say a prayer for you, and I want you to bow your heads and pray along with me. Oh, Lord Jesus, we ask that you would heal and deliver the hearts and spirits of these men who are arrayed against us. God, we pray for your justice and your peace. We pray for the conversion of these lost souls. God, please restore their childishness to them. Let them be pure of heart. Let them be made well. Let them say these prayers, because if they are not by consent, then they will not be made real. Let them go home from this place and examine themselves. Let them quit their jobs and save their souls. Jesus, you are Lord, and unto you is all the power and glory and praise. Holy Spirit, purify this land of all evil. Purify these men's hearts of all evil. Let them be shaken to the core of their conscience. Let them be agitated so deeply by their choices that they would be provoked into repentance and faith in the good news. Holy Spirit, let your fire come down. Let your kingdom be made real. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, and thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forever, to ages of ages. Amen. Will you sing a hymn with us? Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there, when we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the stars, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we That's for you. Take it home with you. Put it on your mirror. The altar is open if you want to come and be saved. We can pray healing for you. We can pray deliverance for you. Come home to God.
ISP, you can de-escalate this.
The Insurrection Act is inevitable. They're going to do it. Doesn't matter what the hell we do.
It's true. Doesn't matter what you do.
We want you on our side when that
you
happens.
on our side.
We don't need to get shot by you guys too.
That's right.
You're not your enemy.
We are not your
The
enemy.
Insurrection Act is inevitable. As crazy as that sounds.
They're going to see what you saw today, peaceful protesters blowing bubbles, and they're going to say that's domestic terrorism. You know that that's true. You know that that's how this administration operates. I bet most of you didn't even vote for Donald Trump. And you are wondering what you are doing here. Now's the time to make the choice.
They're prisons. It's like federal.
Make the choice. If you are feeling a fluttering in your heart right now, then I pray that you will be obedient to it, that you will come to Jesus. Some of you are feeling your hearts beat. I know it. Jesus is knocking at your heart, brother. I see you getting tired, J-Steam. Would you rather be home with your family? I hope that they're safe. I hope they continue to be safe. But we are here because our neighbors and their families are not safe. Do you see this? Just glance behind yourself for 1 second. They are pulling out a charter bus with tinted windows to send people to El Salvador, to a prison that has been called a death camp.
Unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720, ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington. If you do not leave the area within the next 15 minutes, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, paint compliance, and other reasonable force to effect an arrest.
Not sure if it came across.
Close this light at your feet and you will trample them. We are asking you to love your neighbor and you are threatening us with chemical weapons. Do you see this, brother? You hear this? Do you hear this?
Lexington. If you do not leave the area within the next 15 minutes, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents.
We are asking you to love your neighbors and you are threatening us with violence.
To effect an arrest.
So,
and you are threatening us with violence.
So in case it didn't come across there on the microphone, what I want to note is that the Illinois State Police just gave the protesters a 15-minute warning, and that if they do not leave the roadway in that time, then they will, then everybody out here will be subject to arrest. They also said the possibility of the use of chemical agents and pain compliance techniques. And the group of federal officers back there, now many more than there were earlier.
You're told to club us. We've been standing here trying to pass you flowers.
And I'm noticing that a state police officer, I think it's state police, no, federal agents are taking photos of the assembled group.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No white. No KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK, no fascist USA.
No ICE. No KKK. No fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK. No fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK. No fascist USA. No ICE. No KKK. No fascist USA.
Excuse me. I didn't catch your name, but I'm a reporter. I was wondering if I could interview you about the message that you were just trying to deliver to
not right
police.
now, but thank you.
Understood.
Appreciate you.
Ask yourself, if you just stand down, what happens next?
That's a great question.
If
What
you
happens
just
next?
stand down, what do? We
Quit your
return
job.
to dancing and singing and peaceful protest. If you don't stand down, then it turns into something worse. You guys control that.
And we're not going to be the ones bringing violence. You've seen what we're here to do. We're literally doing the stuff.
Oh yeah, the federal agents are clearing the street. It looks like to bring that armored vehicle forward.
You messed up.
Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! That's on the Bearcat out. Here we go. Bearcat right Fuck Trump!
See that armored vehicle coming forward now. John and I putting on our protective gear.
Fuck Trump!
You are escalating the situation.
Put the border lanes. Put the bags down. Put the guns down.
We have remained peaceful.
Put the badges down. Put the guns down. Take off that uniform.
Which side are you on right now? Okay, I don't want to examine yourself. Imagine how beautiful it would be if just one of you put down your weapons and joined this line of people who are praying and singing. Imagine how liberating that would be. It would be a catalytic moment because there are so many people standing beside you who are just scared to take that first step. You can be courageous. I bet you were told that when you joined up, you were brave for doing this. Now's your chance to be brave. Now's your chance to stand up for the people. They're bringing a tank against us. I've been preaching the good news to you, and they're bringing a tank against us. Any one of you will be the first, and I guarantee you that many will follow you. You're not breaking the law by quitting your job. You are breaking the law right now by aiding and abetting ICE operations. It's not against the law to quit your job. It's not against the law to be saved. It's not against the law to answer an altar call. It's not against the law to love your neighbor as yourself. It's not against the law to love your neighbors as yourselves. Say with me. It is not against the law to love your neighbors as yourself. Let's do it in me, mine pronouns. Say with me. It is not against the law to love my neighbor as myself. It is not against the law to love my neighbor as myself. I understand it's hard to speak through the gas mask. You can like lift them up. We don't. I got a Bible in my hand. Sorry. It is not against the law to love my neighbor as myself. And yet, that is what they murdered Jesus for preaching. You realize that? That's why they crucified him. Because the empire was threatened by that message, a message of solidarity and mutual aid. A man who healed people, who worked miracles of abundance, who believed that people in his community should have enough, that no one should go hungry. And they murdered him. And now let's take a quick glance at this administration, which is taking food away from children, which is making sure that people go hungry so that he can fund the abduction of children in American communities, taking food out of children's mouths. He is making sure, he's shutting down the CDC. This is not a healer. This is a man who desperately wants to make you unwell. who wants to make your communities unjust. This is a man who is racist. As racist as the day is long. And you know this. You know this. You know this. And he preaches the hatred of neighbors. In fact, he was elected on that message. Can you believe it? He preaches that you should hate and fear your neighbors. And now he's sending you to beat up protesters who preach the love of neighbors, who preach the gospel. Is that what that is? I'm sure that so many of you are wearing cross necklaces right now. You grew up in church.
We are just waiting now, seeing what state police will do next. Several minutes ago, they issued a warning that in 15 minutes, anyone in the street would be subject to arrest. The use of chemical agents and pain compliance techniques. They brought forward this armored vehicle. Many of those agents standing there in the back are actually federal agents.
Somebody said that to you. Somebody said that to you. The Holy Spirit is good, my man. And this will be an amazing story when you are in that pulpit.
Yep, we see that. That there is the Broadview Chief of Police, Chief Mills. But this is very much Illinois State Police here that are interposing themselves between the federal agents and the federal building back there, the brick building there, and these protesters who so far, aside from being in the street, are just dancing, wearing costumes, and attempting to protest.
Shoot this man in the face for praying again? Not a good look, ISP.
Do you need us to hold your hand so that you can just cry this out? It is good to cry, to grieve. Blessed are those who mourn, said Jesus. They will be comforted. I would love to see you mourn. Just pour your hearts out for all the grief that you have pent up inside you.
You couldn't do better? Or something else in life? You decided to be a fucking pussy? This is what you want to do with your life? You want to get hurt doing this shit?
You're wasting your gifts. You could be deacons.
A lot of tension in the air right now.
Weapons down and stand down. You can de-escalate this situation. You're being peaceful.
Share the stream. Show people what it is like right now here on the ground in Broadview, Illinois, where police are threatening anyone who is in the road. After another couple of minutes, they've said that they will, that people here on the road will be subject to arrest.
Come on, man. It doesn't make any sense. You're sick in your head, and you're gonna go to the grave, and you're gonna die being a fucking piece of shit. Hurry. What's wrong with you? You signed up for this. Think about it. Think about it.
You're not your enemy.
God, this is what you chose to fucking. You're not gonna get grace. You're not gonna get mercy. Look at who you are. Who are these people? They're just the citizens who live in this fucking community, just like you, and you want to hurt them. Get a fucking job. Get a real position in your life. What's the fucking wrong, guys? Come on. You couldn't find something else in this world to do that was meaningful? Instead, you signed up to hurt people. I'm talking to you two. I know you two like you're proud of this shit. I can't buy that. I can't buy that. You couldn't find something else that was worth it. Got you fucking sick.
I bet you'd be good at so many things. Do you see the cowards who are arrayed behind you, who are letting you take the heat? Like, it's your pictures being taken by the press right now. They're going to identify you. They've got your badge number. Do you understand that? And it's trying to put shame on you while they are doing the protest.
You're all making choices. Is there a reason that you don't have a name tag on?
That's a good question.
Is there a reason why you don't have your badge and name tag on?
While we wait for this next development to happen, I just want to note, we've been live for 5 hours today, showing you what it's like on the ground. First in Cicero, where folks were protesting Home Depot and what corporations are doing or not doing in this moment to stand up to the Trump administration as it carries out its deportation agenda. And now we're here on the streets of Broadview, outside the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility. 5 hours today we've been doing streaming here live for you to give you this look as to what it's like here on the ground. What other outlet is doing this? None. If you can, support us. $5 a month, statuscoup.com/join. Help support this work that we are doing, showing you what it is like up close. We've been live for 5 hours today, and we've been here on the ground in Chicago for a month. It's cost us $10,000 to be here. We've been away from our families just to be able to show you the truth of what it's like here on the ground.
All that fake crying over that fence just to do this. All that shit. When they made that fence, they're like, move that fence down, then they do this.
The Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. If you do not leave the area within the next 15 minutes, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, and other reasonable force to effect an arrest. This is Major Kellner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. If you do not leave the area within the next 15 minutes, you will be subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest.
They're not lethal, they're less lethal. Not reasonable. They have no arms on them.
There, I'll note that police did change the order. Before it was leave the roadway, now it's leave the area. And here come more police in riot gear.
They rotated the front line. They've been out there for a while.
Even now, they're lying in wait For no transgression or sin of mine, O Lord. For no fault of mine. Run and make ready. Rouse yourself. Come to my help and save me.
I cannot join the civil rights fight. You think this is okay?
Punish all the nations. Spare none of those.
You gotta at least a dog at us? Is that your plan?
Each evening they come back, howling like dogs, and prowling about the city. There they are, bellowing with their mouths, with sharp words on their lips. Who they think will hear us? But you laugh at them. You hold all the nations in derision. Oh, my strength, I will walk. For you, O God, are my fortress. My God, and you fight my troubles. My God will look
Can we go to the protest zone right now? Please respond, Major Captain. Can we go to the protest zone? Are we okay in the protest zone? Please let us know. There are people that want to retreat. There are people that want to retreat. Go to the protest zone.
Then it will be known to the ends of the earth that God rules over Jacob. Each of the time they come back, each evening they come back, howling like dogs, and prowling about the city. What does that sound like? Howling like dogs and prowling about the city. They roam about for food and they growl if they do not get their food. But I will sing of your might, oh my God. I will sing aloud of your steadfast love in the morning. For you have been a fortress for me and a refuge in the day of my distress. O my strength, I will sing praises to you. For you, O God, are my fortress, the God who shows me steadfast love.
Meaning that you want to go out Lexington, so you want to walk in a diagonal across the street.
I just want to get behind these protesters.
Hear, all inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor altogether. My mouth shall speak wisdom, the meditation of my heart shall be understanding. I will incline my ear to a proverb. I will solve my riddle to the music of the harp. Why should I fear in times of trouble, when the iniquity of my persecutors surrounds me? Those who trust in them.
I got a note. I mean, it's got to be, 100 police officers between federal, state, local out here right now. Well more than the protesters who are out right now in the street.
Yes, retreat to the protest zone. Yes, get out of the street. This is an unlawful assembly. Retreat.
Police force are together.
If you get out of the roadway on the grass.
No, go to the protest zone.
Why?
Go to the protest
That's a public area.
This is an unlawful assembly.
That's a public area. We're a peaceful protest. We're being peaceful. This is a peaceful protest. That's our First Amendment right to be on the grass. If you want us on the road, we can go on the grass. That's our constitutional right.
I'm going to read you my grandmother's favorite song. This is Edith's favorite song. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, and all that is within me. Bless God's from the pit. They've been out here. They're all just different. All the stuff, yeah. Steadfast love and mercy. God is merciful to those who show mercy. Good as long as so that your youth is the Lord wants vindication and justice for all who are oppressed. He made known his ways to Moses.
We're just preparing ourselves for when these police move forward. We're going to continue to bring you the live look as to what it's like out here.
great is God's steadfast love toward those who fear Him. So far, He's moved on to compassion for His children. How many of you are fathers? As a father has compassion for his children. I lost my place. As a father has compassion for his children, so the Lord has compassion for those who fear Him. For He knows that we are made. He remembers that all of us are dust. Yes, yes, brother. You know this. You know this song. You know it. As for mortals, their days are like grass. They flourish like a flower in the field. Then the wind passes over and it is gone. Its place knows it no more. But the steadfast love of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear Him, and His righteousness to children's children. To those who keep His covenant and remember to do His commandments. Are your children and your children's children inheriting this blessing? Or are they inheriting a curse? You are cursing your children's children by what you are doing here today. You are cursing your children's children. But it's not too late. The Lord has established His throne in heaven. His kingdom rules over all. Bless the Lord, O you saints, you mighty ones who do God's bidding, obedient to His spoken word. Bless the Lord, all His hosts, His ministries and God's will, in all places, His dominion. Bless the Lord, all His works, in all places, His dominion.
Brody, you guys get called up for this? That sucks. Exactly. Quit your job. You won't have to work on your supplies like that.
All of this. How much money did all of this cost? This entire response, local, state, federal, all of these law enforcement officers were outfitted out here in all of this militaristic style gear. More of them than there are protesters even left out here in the streets of Broadview. What could all of this afforded in terms of health care? What could all of this afforded in terms of education? What could all of this afforded in terms of food for families who need it, with SNAP benefits expiring for many today? Plenty of money to suppress protesters, never money for social programs to lift people up. And despite the words from local leaders, the mayor here in Broadview, from state leaders, Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, in the end, their resources are here supporting what the Trump administration is doing in its deportation efforts. And this one pastor continues to preach in the face of all these law enforcement. He is standing out front of this group here, Bible in hand. Challenging these law enforcement officers to repent. And the protesters themselves are calling on the police to turn around, wanting them to instead protect them from the federal officers who are behind them.
Ask yourself if you stand down now.
This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 5-25-1. You are required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. You do not leave the area immediately. You are subject to arrest. May be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest. This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You're required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. Do not leave the area. You'll be subject to arrest. May be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest.
No amount of force is reasonable. I agree with the Bible and its officers. That law doesn't even say. A reading from the Gospel according to John.
There is no 720 law that says you can't peacefully assemble.
See here the scene of the protesters, many who have gone back to the protest area, many who have just outright left, but a small group remains up here, continuing to demonstrate, even as police say they must leave the area immediately.
So we're a mob now?
Oh, this is a mob? You're classifying this as a mob.
You think this is a mob?
Because we're looking up the
They laughed when they shot me in the head. I was over there praying. I wasn't crossing the line.
This is a peaceful assembly.
Protesters yelling out that this is peaceful.
You're escalating it by putting language to it like that. That's what you're doing. You are personally escalating it and then setting us up. Protect the manipulators and pedophiles, man. You go to bed so that you can protect manipulators and pedophiles. Look at how that feels. There's a lot of people standing here that get touched by it. And you're just fucking protecting it every single day so people can get away with it.
None of you stand for justice. If you all joined to stand for justice, you're not doing your job. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You deny your oaths. You stand against your own people who hold your oaths for you.
It makes me so sad.
Shame on all of you.
The dog, she is so sweet. Dogs just want to cuddle. Look at the way that they're dragging on this dog and hurting it so that it will be violent against them. That is so sad. You're abusing a dog.
We just want to express our First Amendment rights.
Where were these warnings when ICE officers were arresting people and taking gas people in Chicago in the street? Where were the orders to disperse, to cease and desist? You know, there's a court order against what they've been doing, what Greg Lupino himself has been doing. He's laughing as he throws tear gas. He's laughing as he throws tear gas at children. At children! How many of you have children? How many of you have immunocompromised family members? You, brother? That must be really hard to see what the federal government is doing to people who are just like your child, who are just like your partner, who are just like your friends and neighbors. I know that this is hard for you. And we are telling you that you have options. You have the freedom. Come to the altar. Accept salvation, to be saved from this. You need salvation so bad, you're showing a pride to be violent towards others. I am so sorry for the condition of your soul, brother. That you are so numb that you are laughing.
Oh, that guy over there is so grumpy. Smile, fella. You get to hit people. It's your favorite. You love hitting people. No, just like, oh, he's ready. Just like, come on, it's your favorite. Stretch your legs. Bend your knees. You don't want to trip when you're going to hit innocent protesters.
You all have hands which are meant for healing, building up the here you are enforcing an empire of darkness. That is what you are being paid to do here today. Remember, you have to. You go back to school and become teachers. You can apply your gifts in so many other ways. I bet some of you love to paint. We need more painters in our communities. We need people who will bring food to the people. We should be making cakes for the children who are getting their SNAP benefits taken away. We should be making cookies. Instead, you're here for money. That's your choice. Nobody is making you do this. You're being paid to do it. It reminds me of those 40 pieces of silver that were paid Judas. He was so ashamed of that money. I bet you are ashamed of that money. I bet they don't even pay you well. We'll probably rely on overtime. It's really such a shame. You're doing such good. How many of you are artists? How many of you journalists desire to write a novel, write about an issue, write a memoir? I bet some of you have really interesting choosing to live it in a way that protects yourself. What's your choices right now? What is the greatest command? What's the most important thing? Love your neighbor as yourself. You're also breaking God's law. And some of you are wearing crosses on the
I've been staying quiet just so you could kind of drink in the sights and sounds of what is happening right now as these black-clad stormtroopers prepare to outnumber, well, this law enforcement presence will outnumber these protesters as they prepare, presumably, to arrest people. They've threatened as much. But we've got some more riot police coming up. So maybe something's about to happen now.
Guys, you need like 5 of you, not all this. This is insane.
Nobody else is wearing a mask like this guy is wearing. Not me, camera. I don't think you know who he is. 4200. You seem like you have some amount of authority there. Check on him. Find out who he is. Halloween is yesterday. Impersonating a police officer, federal crime. You don't know who this guy is. And you're about to send him to a line.
Y'all getting paid?
Right here. At the front of the line. Check on him, man. Don't worry about it, Denver. He's not wearing any standard issue gear. You know who he is. Just check.
Federal agents on the roof.
Yeah, we're looking at this building here that's parallel to the street that all the protesters are standing in. You can see some federal agents up there on that rooftop. That's a building that DHS was at least looking at buying a few weeks ago. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem even toured it. Now they've been staging up there. You can really feel, I mean, you can see it, like the immense amount of law enforcement presence out here dwarfs the size of the protesters who are here in the street.
Violation of state law. You should not be wearing any identification. You should not be wearing issue. Why aren't you wearing it? You're not wearing standard issue gear.
Real bad, guys. Just bring it back. I'm
They're reading from the book of Matthew. 1 of the 12, the two disciples,
For a second.
Yeah.
went to Jesus and said, I was betrayed. Pass over a little bit of action. Let's see. Get to the betrayal. While Jesus was speaking, Judas, and with him was a large crowd with swords. A large crowd with the betrayer had given me a sign saying, the one that I was kissing, arrest him. And once he came up to
Protect the Constitution!
Then they came and they laid hands on Jesus and they arrested him. Suddenly, one of those with Jesus drew a sword and put an arrow on something. Jesus said to him, put your sword back into its place. All who take the sword will perish by the sword. Jesus said to him, put your sword back into its place. For all who take the sword will perish by the sword. You heard that. Do you think that I cannot appeal to my Father, and He will at once send me more than 12 millions of angels? But how then would the Scriptures be fulfilled, which say that it must happen in this way? At that hour, Jesus Have you come out with swords and clubs to arrest me as if I were a bandit? Day after day I have sat in the temple, and you did not arrest me. But all this has taken place in the scriptures of the prophets and the prophets. Those who arrested Jesus took him to Caiaphas, the high priest, in whose house the scribes and the elders of the house. Peter was following the high priest on the courtyard of the high priest, going inside to set the guards in order to see how this would end.
If you haven't been with us this full time, this started as a costume protest. People were out here in Halloween costumes, dancing to music. And now here we are.
Guys, they're up on the roof now too over there. They're up on the roof now.
They always are. They're always over. The high priest stood up and said, but Jesus was silent. But I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of the power. The high priest tore his clothes and said, "He has blasphemed. Why do you say that? We have not heard his blasphemy." They answered, "He deserves death." Then they spat in his face and they struck him. Some stopped and said, "Prophesy to us, your Messiah. Who is it that struck?" Now Peter was sitting outside the courtyard. The only people that are serving his kingdom said, "You also were with Jesus." But he denied it before all of them, saying, "I do not know what you were talking about."
I just came here right here. This is the rock. I just came here on an usher. The Muhammad
This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway. Leave via Lexington. Do not leave the area. You are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or reasonable force to effect an arrest. This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You're required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington. If you do not leave the area, you are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect your arrest.
Please clarify that the protest area is okay. We are not arresting the protest area. Please clarify.
Assemble and demand redress for our grievances. We're not breaking any law. We're not breaking state law. You are breaking state law.
In the protest area.
And the world is watching you. You are breaking the law. You're here to protect and serve us.
signals.
They're giving signals there in the background to some of their officers. Seems like stuff might be about to happen here.
And you're nothing but hypocrites. And the truth is not in you. You want to look like me in the 1960s. Well, understand you got to go home to your family. You got to let your wife and children know that you ain't going to people in America. You are Nazi. You want to use junior Nazi. This is Auschwitz, and this building needs to be shut down. Shut it down! 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 Shut that shit down!
Brown shirt, black shirt, brown shirt.
When Judas, the betrayer of Jesus, saw that Jesus was condemned and he repented, he brought back what he had been paid to betray him. He said, I have sinned. I have betrayed him.
There's a million people who said, what is people say it out there? You know, like stats are.
So there's back all the money on the floor. And he went and he hanged himself. So right now, burden on his conscience. We don't want that for Israel. Not Jesus stood before the governor. The governor asked him, you said so.
Hey guys, let's at least get out of the roadway. Let's get out of the roadway. Come on the side. Come on the side.
When he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, Pilate said to him,
Trying to work for that side of the road.
greatly amazed. Many of you are serving as
Why can't we be over
It's the same thing right now. We already asked them, can we go in the grass? And they said absolutely.
They called him Messiah.
What's that?
Do you need a gas mask?
What do you
These are from Lisa. And goggles and stuff too.
That's alright. Don't worry about it. I'll be good with this. Okay, yeah, thank you.
You doing okay? I'm good.
They shouted all the more.
Put the dog away! Why do you have the dog out? There's like 100 of you and you're stacking the dog out for no
What do you do when you go home? Whatever it is, I hope that you will let your heart break. Grief is goodness.
Put the fucking dogs away. Put the dogs away. My friend, put the fucking dog away. My friend, put the dog away. Taking the dog out for no reason.
Of the government. There they are. Soldiers of
Put the dogs away.
took Jesus into the governor's headquarters.
Put the fucking dogs
Gathered the whole
away.
four horsemen. Understand?
Put the dog away. Put the dog away. Put the dog away.
They put it on his head. That's you, the soldiers of the governor. Lord, crown of thorns on your head.
Put the dog away. 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 Put the dog away.
It's so
Put the dog away.
This is
Put the dog away.
They're not
Put the dog away. 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 Put the dog
We will stand up.
What the fuck do you need the dog for? What do you need the dog
when they had crucified Then two bandits were crucified with Jesus, one on his right, one on his left. Those who passed by derided Jesus, shaking their heads and saying, "You who would destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, why don't you save yourself? You are the Son of God. Come down for us." The same way the chief priests, along with the scribes and the elders, saying he saved others, he not save himself. Take him out. That's right. Looks like the Foot Clan and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The live action one from the 90s.
Stop leaving the dog. You stop. You stop at your job. You're a bad dog trainer. You don't have this job.
From noon on, that's what time we started today. Noon. This is what the Gospel of Matthew says. From noon on, darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon, or they passed that darkness. Jesus cried with a loud voice, "Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani," which is, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Then some of the bystanders heard it, and they said, "This man is calling for Elijah." At once, one of them ran and got a sponge, filled it with sour wine, put it on a stick, and gave it to him to drink. But the others said, "Wait, let us see whether Elijah will come and save us." Then Jesus cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two, from top to bottom. The earth shook.
These forces that we're seeing right in front of us are labeled as mobile field police. Trying to understand what agency they're with, it's not clear.
Sorry. They're assorted Illinois cops from different departments all over Northern Illinois. It's Northern Illinois Police Alarm System.
Got it.
It's called Mutual Aid.
Got it. We've got another journalist here in the crowd just informed me that these officers are actually an amalgamation of, they're here from different departments all around the northern part of the state. They're called in to support officers in certain situations, and here they are now. So you have an assortment of local police from across the northern part of the state. You've also got Broadview local police. You've also got state police. You've also got county sheriff's deputies out here. And then behind all that, you've got several dozen.
I don't think they're going to guess. I think they're just going to push.
They've got several dozen. Several dozen federal police then behind that as well. If you've been with us here for this live for the last, what's it been now, 4 hours? Yeah, more than 4 hours that we've been live out here, streaming what started as a protest that was just folks dancing, then moving that protest into the street, and then this response. And as a reaction to that, thanks for being with us. What we do here at Status Coup, we go on the ground. We do on-the-ground reporting, show you what it's like in places. We don't just report. We don't just report from behind a desk or in a studio off somewhere. We go on the ground in the community. And hear from the voices there. Hear from the protesters. We hear from people in these communities who have been separated from their family members by Department of Homeland Security agents, ICE officers, and the like on raids out here. We're all over the city, and we've been living out here for a month at great expense to us, our operation. And if you can support what we do, statuscoup.com/join, $5 a month goes to help keep us on the ground here so that we can show you this as it's happening. How the state is marshaling its resources to support the federal government, even in a blue state like Illinois. How Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, who has repeatedly said how much he opposes the Trump administration, has gone as far as to file lawsuits. But here, actually on the street, uses his police to help guard federal facilities from peaceful protesters.
I thought it was like a do not disturb type of thing. Yeah, like a motherfucker bad rabbi.
Social workers. Lawyer.
We're backing up just to show you a little bit of a wider shot here of what it looks like out here, so maybe you can really get a sense for the scale of the law enforcement response. You can see rank after rank of local, state, county, and federal police officers out here. And you can see the They're just like, that is just a portion of the protesters who are out here, but it's many more police officers than protesters at this point.
We are peaceful. Who else came here for a dance party? Because I wasn't invited to that. We were going to dance and play music for the prisoners in there.
You guys want to dance with us? Yeah. Come on, let's dance.
Come here to dance. Let's dance. Let's have a groove. We have the right to peacefully assemble.
Somebody else did, that's right.
Where are those children? Where are those children? Do you know? It's your job to find out. Mr. President, why children have been
I mean, it's ready-made, organized. Like, have communities that get turned out. And then you have cover.
Wisconsin.
I'm from Wisconsin.
What's that?
Joe and TJ.
John.
Said I'm like, dude, a whole movement did that one. A whole movement.
I'm not talking to Adriano, because, like, honestly, like, regardless of what is
I can do this all day. Silent treatment.
Bring my chair. If I go get my chair, would you wait for it?
Things are at a bit of a lull here right now. The energy's a little bit more relaxed. I'm taking off my gas mask as we just kind of wait to see what happens here from law enforcement. I think this is a good time to bring attention back to what conditions are like inside of this facility. Everything that we know about what's going on inside this facility right now, a lot of it had come secondhand at first, but now we've gotten, just yesterday, a class action lawsuit filed by detainees here inside of the facility. And they allege some pretty inhumane conditions on the inside. I'll read, I believe this is from the Chicago Tribune, but it was an emergency class action lawsuit on behalf of individuals who are being detained, who are being denied their right to access counsel and subject to inhumane and unlawful conditions while at the Broadview ICE facility. Was filed yesterday in federal court in Chicago. The lawsuit was filed by MacArthur Justice Center, the ACLU of Illinois, and the Chicago office of Eimer Stahl to represent those who have been detained. The lead counsel for the plaintiffs says, quote, everyone, no matter their legal status, has the right to access counsel and not be subject to horrific and inhumane conditions. Community members are being kidnapped off the streets, packed in hold cells, denied food, medical care, and basic necessities. I'm just going to repeat that. They're being packed in holding cells, denied food, medical care, and basic necessities, and forced to sign away their legal rights. This is a vicious abuse of power and gross violation of basic human rights by ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. It must end now, unquote. The lawsuit claims ICE agents at Broadview denied detainees confidential private cells to attorneys and denied detainees sufficient food, water, hygiene, and medical care. It goes further, claiming that Broadview ICE agents have treated detainees abhorrently, depriving them of sleep, privacy, menstrual products, and the ability to shower. The ACLU of Illinois says, quote, this lawsuit is necessary because the Trump administration has attempted to evade accountability for turning the processing center at Broadview into a de facto detention center. DHS personnel have denied access to counsel, legislators, and journalists so that the harsh and deteriorating conditions at the facility can be shielded from public view. These conditions are unconstitutional and threaten to coerce people into sacrificing their rights without the benefit of legal advice and the full airing of their legal defenses. They further claim that ICE agents have repeatedly denied entry for attorneys, members of Congress, and religious and faith leaders. We've seen those denials in firsthand. We were here when both of the senators for the state of Illinois attempted to access this facility and were turned away. We were here when members of clergy tried to deliver communion, the Eucharist, into the people being held inside this facility, and were turned away. We've been here when police are searching through the bags of lawyers and family members who are trying to deliver supplies and information to their loved ones inside. And we've been here when those same loved ones have been turned away by police and told, just look up your family member online, rather than trying to come here and find out what happened to your loved one who just disappeared one day. The protesters right now are chanting, move back, move back. That is a reference to what the Illinois State Police have been chanting at them whenever they advance and try to clear the street or move the protesters somewhere else. They will usually shove with their batons and push people back. So going back here to what is being claimed here in this class action lawsuit, as a result, federal agents are acting with impunity. That's not even a result of what is happening here at this facility. We're seeing that in neighborhoods, in Chicago and its suburbs, everywhere. They are acting with impunity. You can just see they regularly just go on to private property to pursue somebody without ever producing a warrant. They jump out and they jump out of unmarked vehicles. They profile people. The impunity is not just happening here at this facility. It is happening all across this region and across the country right now. You'll have to excuse me while I break to cough every once in a while.
This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. If you do not leave the area, you'll be subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest. This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You're required to leave the roadway immediately. Leave the roadway immediately. Leave via Lexington immediately. If you do not leave the area, you will be subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest.
Communist Party you are joining when you guys are standing in front of the
I've had to break from talking several times here just because I'm coughing because of the pepper that's in the air from those pepper balls that police were firing off earlier. Doesn't bother me when I've got my respirator on, but taking it off here makes it very difficult to breathe. You know, I just needed that fresh air for a moment, but that fresh air comes with a little dash of pepper. So yes, returning here to this reporting on what this class action lawsuit is saying about the conditions inside that brick building there off on the right-hand portion of the screen. As a result, federal agents are acting with impunity. They are coercing detainees to sign paperwork that they do not understand, leading people to unknowingly relinquish their rights to challenge removal and seek release. Meaning, folks who presumably don't speak English are being presented with documents written in English, signing away some of their rights and being told to sign them. But there is now violations of due process and legal rights here at both ends of this system, both in the arrest without needing to produce a warrant and just being allowed to profile people, and now here in the actual processing end as well by coercing people allegedly to sign away their rights without being able to consult an attorney. The plaintiffs further allege, quote, "We can debate immigration policy, but there is no debating the denial of legal rights and holding those detained in conditions that are not only unlawful, but inhumane. Justice and compassion demand that our clients' rights be upheld." And of course, that's why these protesters are out here. They are out here to demonstrate against those conditions inside of that building. one thing that we have heard from the protesters out here is also like just wanting to hear from more of their leaders. This is former President Barack Obama's home, wanting to hear him out on this issue, speaking out here about how the Trump administration is conducting itself. And on the campaign trail today, he was speaking at an event for Virginia governor candidate Abigail Spanberger, and he said, quote, "He's," meaning Trump and ICE, "deploying the National Guard into American cities, claiming to stop crime waves that don't actually exist." That don't actually exist. I'm going to back up the former president there with just the fact that crime here in Chicago has been coming down. Violent crime certainly is down double digits year over year from this time last year. That's according to numbers from the Chicago Police Department, which of course can't take as gospel truth. But I mean, it's the numbers we have, and those numbers show that crime is already coming down. This was before the federal intervention here. Crime was already coming down in the Chicagoland area, and every member, just about every single person that we have talked to out here, where I have asked them, do you feel more safe, less safe with ICE agents on your street patrolling your communities? Nearly every single person said, I feel less safe. The only person who told me that they felt more safe was someone who was visiting Chicago from Kansas, I believe it was Kansas City, and said that, and really said that they were just here as a visitor. So all of the Chicago residents and the Chicago area residents that we have spoken to unanimously say that they feel less safe with ICE agents on their streets. So continuing with the quote that former President Obama said today, said, quote, "We've got masked ICE agents pulling up in unmarked vans and grabbing people, including U.S. citizens. It's like every day is Halloween, except it's all tricks and no treats." At least with the comment there about the masked agents jumping out of unmarked vehicles or unmarked vans. That's something we saw ourselves in the Lakeview neighborhood, where I went and spoke to a homeowner whose home was, his garage was, ICE agents entered, or DHS agents entered his garage without ever getting his permission. He was not home at the time. He had some folks who were just working on the siding of his home. The agents jumped his fence, ran in to his garage, grabbed and pulled one guy as pepper sprayed. It looked like pepper sprayed, and this is all based on security camera video that we were able to get. Pepper sprayed one man who was trying to climb up the side of the house to get away from these agents. They were pulling on his arms as he's there about 8, 9, 10 feet off the ground. They're pulling on him, and then eventually spray him with something that I assume was pepper spray, and bring him into custody, get another man into custody. Another man who went running away tore up his hand on some construction debris, was bleeding, left bloody marks all over the back door and inside the home that he was able to get in through a back door. And then another man on that crew was hauled in through a window by a neighbor. But there we saw the agents jump out of an unmarked van. In an interview with the Washington Post, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino, and he is the one who is out here leading the federal agents as they carry out Operation Midway Blitz. That's the name that the Trump administration has given to this crackdown on immigration here in the Chicagoland area, adopting that that Nazi-era Germany word blitz, which was a Nazi tactic, or a tactic used in that war. For the naming. They're not subtle here, what the Trump administration is doing. he claimed, so Bavino claimed that they are tear gassing to, quote, create peace and to save lives, unquote. Create peace and save lives. And yet, ICE agents have already shot 2 people, killed one of them, hospitalized the other. We've seen them tear gas children, tear gas families. We've brought you some of that reporting when ICE tear gassed a baby out here in the Chicagoland area. And in that interview with the Post, Bavino said that officers, quote, want a peaceful resolution, unquote, and are using, quote, less lethal, unquote, devices like chemical agents to create peace and to save lives. The alternative, he said, is far darker. Quote, say God himself came down and took them all away, unquote, he said, referring to the irritants. Officers would be left with, quote, lethal devices, unquote. Would you like that, he asked. I wouldn't. As if to say that officers need to use force in some capacity. It's just something they have to do. So better to be sure that it is less lethal means rather than fully lethal. That's one way to look at it. You could also take the perspective of maybe agents should be engaging in de-escalatory tactics, or maybe we should be questioning the way our federal government is spending its money altogether. I'll say that in terms of we're seeing some movement here from the state police there in the back line. Yeah, more state police are now coming out with batons. Yep, we're taking what I like to refer to as our sunglasses. We're taking our sunglasses off the camera because the light has gone down. We've been streaming here live for, God, John, what's it been, like 5 hours now? Yeah, nearly 5 hours. We have been streaming just here, and before this, we were live for 2 hours in Cicero, Illinois. So we've been streaming for nearly 7 hours today. As the community out here attempts to stand up to the Trump administration and what it is doing here in the Chicagoland area. And in that time, the light changes, so we have to, as the light goes down, we have to take the sunglasses off of our camera. Make it a little bit better for you to see out here. Yep. I'm hearing protesters in the crowd right now speculating about what the ratio is of police to protesters. I'm not sure what it is off the top of my head, but I would say it's at least, might be 2 to 1, honestly. And that's actually including, I'm looking around, there's a lot of the folks out here, like there are quite a few like press as well. So the number of protesters is even smaller than what it looks here, because on the ground you can see that a lot of the folks out here are actually wearing like press badges and such.
This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You're required to leave the roadway and the area immediately. Leave via Lexington. Do not leave the area. You are subject to arrest. You may be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest. This is Major Keltner of the Illinois State Police. This is an unlawful assembly in violation of Illinois State Statute 720 ILCS 525-1. You are required to leave the roadway in the area immediately. Leave via Lexington. Leave via Lexington. Do not leave the area. You will be subject to arrest. May be subject to chemical agents, pain compliance techniques, or other reasonable force to effect an arrest.
I've just put my mask back on because the pepper that's in the air from the pepper balls that they fired earlier was just making me cough too much. This should make it so I can talk to you a little bit more. Plus, we need to be prepared if they start using pepper balls again. John and I were just looking at what time it is. It's around 5 o'clock. And we were doing that because the protest zone out here, by order of the mayor here in the village of Broadview, is supposed to close at 6 o'clock, meaning no one's allowed to protest after those hours. So we're keeping an eye on that time because law enforcement have so far been content to just stand here. Every once in a while they move around a little bit, and they keep threatening arrest with people, but they haven't been advancing. We're keeping an eye on that time to see if maybe they will be using that 6 o'clock Central time, 6 o'clock Central, as a time that they will attempt to enforce the actual protest zone ordinance and curfew that accompanies it.
Everybody shuffle about. And then quit your job. Shuffle about. And quit your job. Line up for baptism. Or quit your job. Quit your job. It's more fun. It doesn't fun. And everyone will need you anymore. If you quit your job, maybe we won't hate you. We hate you because you're practicing and you're defending profit. We hate you because you're defending defense. That makes yourself a contestant. That's true. That you defend defense. That's what makes you fascist.
I've said it a few times now here during the broadcast, but I'm going to say it again. There's thousands of you watching right now. First of all, thank you. Second of all, subscribe. We've been going live out here many times a week as we've been living here on the ground in Chicago for off and on for nearly a month now at this point, or over a month now, I think, for at least in John's case. And we have been doing that, being able to give you these live looks as to what it looks like here on the ground, being able to show you how your tax dollars are at work. If you live here in the Chicagoland area, certainly your local tax dollars and your state taxes also, but certainly anybody watching here across the country, you can see how your tax dollars are being used because there are federal agents here behind the state police as well, are being used to defend this building, defend an ICE detention facility from peaceful protesters who have been peaceful so far. If what we're doing is of value, go to StatusCoup.com/join. $5 a month goes to keep us on the ground here in Chicago and keep us independent media. We do not take advertising dollars. We're not partnered or affiliated with anybody. It's just us. It's myself and John here on the ground, Jordan, our boss, Colin and Michelle back home, and that's the entirety of our team. That is the entirety of our team, and we are able to produce so much journalism, break news, because we are in places where a lot of media is not, at times when they are not. And when, the police start pushing, we're still here on the ground. When they're firing pepper balls, even directly at us, John and I both got hit with pepper balls today. We were both shoved by police today. We still stay here and continue to bring you a look as to what it is like here on the ground, bring you the real story. The real story. It's not polished. It's not cleaned up so that it's more friendly for advertisers. We just bring you the live look as to what it's like out here. And if that is valuable to you, StatusCoup.com /join. Help keep us independent, help keep us funded so we continue to do this journalism.
Children! Where are they? Where are the children? Where are the children? You find them and you bring them home. Where are the children? While you are trying to intimidate pastors and elders and teachers and social workers, people who are bringing songs and dances while you are here intimidating us, they are trafficking children. Where are the children? Where are the children? Where are they? Find them! Bring them home! That's your job, to protect and serve, to protect the children. Just like your children. Just like your children. Where are the children? They're being trafficked by a president who is a known pedophile. They're being trafficked by Donald J. Trump. And you are standing in protection of his agents who are abducting more children as I speak these words. They're abducting children, and you are not protecting your community. You are not protecting those children. You're trying to stare down a pastor. I can stare back all day, brother. They're abducting children as I speak, and you're standing here. Where are the children? Where are the children that they tear-gassed and dragged out of their beds naked, zip-tied, and pushed in the back of U-Haul vans? Where are the children? I see you nodding. You know. You might not know where they are, but you know that that is not justice. And I think that you accepted this badge because you wanted to protect and serve the community. And right now you're wondering, what side am I on? That's a great question to ask. Because right now you're being ordered to violate state law, to violate the Illinois Trespass Act. As you continue to conspire and collude to assist ICE operations as they brutalize Chicago communities. As they continue to break the restraining order issued by Judge Sarah Ellis. As they continue to invade and assault civil rights. You joined up because you wanted to protect and serve. Now's your chance. We're here to protect our community, to serve our neighbors, to love our neighbors. What are you doing? I hope that when they start shooting pepper balls, you're going to protect those dogs, because they don't deserve that. We're almost at the end of the book of Luke, so I want to take you there. And Jesus led them out as far as Bethany, and lifting up his hands, he blessed them. While he was blessing them, he withdrew from them and was carried up into heaven. And they worshipped him and returned to Jerusalem with great joy. They returned to the city with great joy. And they were continually in the temple blessing God. I hope some of you go to church tomorrow, go to synagogue, go to the mosque. I guess mosque, yeah. That would be Friday prayer, so maybe you've already been there. And Shabbat was yesterday. But if you're a Catholic, if you're Protestant, please go to church tomorrow. The Word of God will meet you there. But keep your eyes open, keep your ears open to actually hear the Word of God and see the Word of God. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
the pepper balls.
Where you go, I will go, beloved. Where you go, I will go. Where you go, I will go, beloved. Where you go, I will go. Your people are my people. Your people are my people. Where you go, I will go, beloved. Where you go, I will go. Where you go, I will go, beloved. Where you go, I will go.
So every once in a while out here, there'll be kind of a flurry of activity, makes us think that something's about to happen, and then things relax again, which is what we're seeing right now. There's another just more relaxing from the protesters and from police as well.
Those are words that Ruth, the Moabite, said to Ruth was a Moabite, and she and Naomi were living in a land of famine, a land during a famine, and they were refugees from that famine. And so they went to Naomi's homeland, which is in Bethlehem. You might have heard of Bethlehem. And Naomi said, the road's going to be hard. I don't know if there's a future for us there. Maybe you should just stay here in Moab. But Ruth said those words to Naomi. She said, where you go, I will go. Your people will be my people, and your God will be my God. And then they went. Two refugees, Ruth and Naomi, they went to Bethlehem. Do you know what? Ruth was 2 generations the grandmother of King David. This is 14 generations before Jesus of Nazareth. Ruth is the many times great-grandmother of Jesus of Nazareth. And then Jesus, when he was born, there was a persecution. King Herod tried to kill all the babies under 2 years old, and they had to flee. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph had to flee.
So what's your name?
Anna.
Anna. All right. Standing here with Anna. Anna, first walk us through your sign and the message that you're trying to deliver out here today.
Well, a couple of years ago, because I went through it too. My husband was grabbed by ICE 4 years ago, deported to Mexico. So it means a lot. And then this is my people too. So undocumented people fund the Social Security, and they fund federal, state. And I've been learning a lot more throughout these weeks. And I witnessed a man kidnapped on Des Plaines Road, River Road, out by Franklin Park. I was honking, and it just meant a lot more to me. So yeah, I don't think we need a ICE department, because we already have Border Patrol. So I'm originally from California, so I've seen them work, and we don't need a ICE department to be taking people, breaking their windows, doing a whole bunch of shit that they don't need to do. No. So yeah, that's why I'm here, because it means a lot.
As someone who lived through this several years ago, can you walk us through the emotions? What are these families feeling? What are some of the logistical things they have to deal with? Pull back that curtain for us.
Yeah, oh my God, it was hard. I was chasing the ICE van that came in our driveway. My husband didn't even have his lunch bag out of the car, and then they took him. I was chasing the van, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. So then it's financial, it's emotions, it's the kids, it's just everything. It hits like a ton of bricks. So yeah, so I know what they're going through. They're in there, and I know what the families are going through. So yeah, it means a lot for me to be here and support them. So yeah, I feel for them.
Have you seen the tactics at all change? We've seen obviously a lot of, and there's pepper in the air here, so that's why you'll see us coughing on occasion, because there's pepper in the air from the pepper balls they fired off. But have you seen a change in tactics at all from when your husband was taken versus what's happening now? Is it largely the same? Is it different?
It's same. The fake warrant that they came up to distract me. Oh, it's for something else. I said no. Its court date is not. It's not up yet. And now they're more aggressive. Now they're shooting. Now they're throwing pepper spray, and now they're dressed like that. I don't know. The guys that came to the house, on the driveway, were not dressed like that. It was a little bit more calm, and nothing like it today. Yeah, so yeah, they're more aggressive, breaking windows, tearing people apart and using foul language, not obeying the law. So, yeah, it's a lot worse than 4 years ago.
We're staring at rank after rank of police officers here who have been threatening protesters with arrest, who have been firing out pepper balls. You are still standing here protesting. Why do you feel like it's important to continue to be here despite all of that threat and use of force?
My strength. And then to think like my grandpa too, a long time ago, fought with Emiliano Zapata back in I can't remember the year, but yeah, my dad, my grandpa, my dad, yeah, he was what's it called, Zapatista. So yeah, I mean, I have to be here too. It makes me just stronger and faith that all this is gonna go away. Yeah. So after witnessing what happened 3 days ago on this plain road, River Road, yeah, it just makes me stronger. I'm just going to protest more, get hit more by bullets. Yeah, I'm just not going to give up. Yeah, it means a lot for me to be here for my people.
Walk us through that incident that you saw on Des Plaines. Yeah, just explain it to us in detail, what you saw. I can give you a moment if you need to collect yourself at all.
I have a video, and it's on my TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a pickup truck, guys, on Des Plaines Road, River Road, and it cut us off. And it was 5 agents, and it was 2 ICE Barbie women and 3 men. The guy was coming from the warehouses out on Des Plaines River Road, crossing the street, and then they cut me off. The guy, it was a Latino guy trying to run into the woods, and he was tackled down by these 5 ICE agents. And I have a video on it. And then my daughter stepped out of the car and said, "Don't do it. What are you doing? Leave him alone." The ICE agent pointed one of those air guns at her and said, "Get back inside. Get away from here." So that was what I witnessed 2-3 days ago. So just made me stronger and to be here and protest with everybody. We don't need them.
When you say they cut you off, yeah, when the pickup truck cut you off, was were you out there like we've seen like some folks like out like following ICE convoys as a way to kind of alert the neighborhood? Were you out doing that, or were you just happening down the street and then this happening?
Be there, yeah. I just happened to be there, and I'm honking and I'm saying, "What are you guys doing?" Well, my daughter was mainly stepped out of the car, which I give her credit because she was so brave. And yeah, nobody was alarmed. They didn't announce it. We didn't know about it. It was just like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. So it happened to me. So I do have a video.
You've got a video of it there.
Yeah, this is the truck. Was that the truck? Yeah, that's.
I'll give you my number afterwards, because then you can send me a copy of that. I would really appreciate it.
Yes.
Is it even possible to make Chicago and the surrounding communities whole at this point? If it is, how would this administration, could our country even begin to make up for the damage that's been caused in this community and others?
Oh, it's going to take a while, but I see us now like more united than ever. I see it very diverse right now, and I'm loving it. And I have faith that, God's going to bless us more with the Trump administration to be gone. Like, I don't wish nothing bad on him or anybody, but just to them open up their eyes and, bring peace, bring us back together. And it's going to take a while, but it's going to happen.
You're putting it sort of there in God's hand, but you're also out here doing something. What are you prepared to do any more beyond being out here holding a sign? I don't want to act like it's nothing, but would you take it to a place of boycotts or a general strike if it came to that? Is that something you'd be supportive of?
Yes, boycott. Yeah, I think they're announcing like blackouts right now, so I'm definitely gonna be doing that. The boycotting. The also what's happening in Gaza, boycotting Starbucks, McDonald's, and all of anything, everything. Amazon, it's not getting my money. Yeah. So yeah, boycotting for sure.
Yeah, you're trying to use your power as a consumer there to affect some change.
The small little lady, but yeah.
Certainly not expecting by yourself to take care of that. I'm just curious, what ended up happening with your husband? So he's deported.
Yeah, he's in Mexico right now. So it was 4 years ago where, it's a misdemeanor to cross the border and stuff. Like, he was I guess, caught when he was 18, crossing the border. They get held at the Border Patrol, pictures, fingerprints, and I think when they caught him using a fake name and stuff, they they found out with the fingerprints and stuff where he lived and everything. And when you come in undocumented, that's what happens. You get you kind of get flagged. They found him and got him deported to I think it was in Monterrey, Mexico. That's where he ended up.
Talked about some of that emotion of what it feels, what it felt like to go through it. You're separated from him now. He's for 4 years. He's in a different country.
Yeah.
How do you pick up the pieces of your life? I'm asking because there's so many families going through it right now. Like, how do you like stay strong on a day-to-day level?
Yeah, no, I think it's my kids make me strong. Yeah, so it was like you lose the house, and I can't feel for them too, losing the house, the car, the finances, the second income is gone. So yeah, so getting an apartment and just like living below your means, getting that extra part-time job. And frequent visits to Mexico, so that can also cross through San Diego. It's the cheapest. Yeah, so yeah, it's a big time emotional, and I can feel what they are going through too.
Emotional damage, economic damage as well. I want to stress that. Like when you're talking about losing a home, losing a second stream of income, what that does, we were talking about your power as a consumer. What does it do for you to be able to support local businesses in your community when you don't have that second income, when you can't afford to keep your house? And now multiply that in case after case of what we're seeing on the ground in Chicago now, the ramping up of scale. Donald Trump came in on a promise that he was going to address inflation, he was going to fix the economy, and yet certainly in a lot of these neighborhoods where ICE and other federal agents have been frequenting, we have heard from person after person who has said what, for even those who remain, the economic damage that is being inflicted on these communities. Thank you so much for talking to me. Is there anything else you want to add while you have the platform?
No, it's just that the blackout, announcing that, spreading the word to boycott Walmart, to boycott these billionaires. We can't keep giving them our money and then they do stuff like this. So we're the working class. We can do it. So we can do it.
You see these law enforcement as out here representing the interests of a billionaire class?
I do, yes. They're here to protect the billionaires. Yeah, the Elon Musk, the Jeff Bezos. Yeah, that's why, they take our money to fund them, to protect them. Yeah, it's kind of like corruption, it's corruption, big time. So, yeah, I think they protect the billionaires, but we can stop it. But boycotting and the blackout that's coming up, so we can do it. Yeah, because we're the ones that make all the money. My husband worked 2 jobs, so he was like the main breadwinner.
Yeah.
So
Contributing tax money into a government from which he can never withdraw services, could not benefit in any way from a lot of these services, and it seems like you've got some pressing matters to attend to. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
And I do watch Status Coup.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that's a great segue for me. I'll let you go here. That's a great segue for me to talk about. There's thousands of you watching right now. We appreciate the new audience. Please get subscribed. Hit the bell icon because we've been going live here in Chicago repeatedly as we've been on the ground here over the last month. Become a watcher, become a viewer. You can go back through all of our video reports that we have filed from out here in Chicago. We've been out in neighborhoods that ICE and other federal agents have been raiding. You can see videos of those raids underway. You can see more protests like this, where the state police are interceding between the protesters and the federal agents, in effect doing the federal agents' job for them, and in effect then supporting that federal mission here in Illinois. And I'll point out, these are Illinois state police here. A lot of these are local police, don't get me wrong, but it is, the bulk is Illinois state police, which of course then answers to J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, who has said repeatedly that he does not support the Trump administration's mission out here, gone so far as to file a lawsuit against the Trump administration. That got a lot of credit from protesters out here, but yet still using state violence, state police to control these protesters out here. You've seen it, you've watched it with us as we've been shot up with pepper balls, shoved by those police and told to our faces, I don't care that you are press. As the First Amendment under assault from multiple directions, not just the federal government, folks. All right, I'm going to try and find some more protesters here for us to talk to. John, if you just kind of want to survey the area again as I talk to a couple of folks and get them set.
Status Coup, front of the line as always.
What's up?
You guys doing okay?
Always, all right.
I'll really just ask you.
Yeah. I bet that some of you are going to go home, partners, wives, and you're going to tell them that this is getting really hard, and they're going to remind you that you are a good person. You are fundamentally a good person. And they're going to try and be supportive.
All right. All right, I am here with Sean. Sean, we've spoken to you before at these demonstrations. You're no stranger to the scenes out here and no stranger to how the police act, but today has been a bit of a different animal, I would say. It's something that we haven't seen for several weeks. Walk us through what you've seen from your perspective. You were there on the front lines of the protesters linked arm in arm.
Yeah, what I saw from the police, you said?
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever you saw that you think is notable that our audience should know.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you all right in there, which is just great, so you probably caught it. But what I saw was, I mean, from our standpoint, we're happy with the progress that we were able to make, you know, because, again, we've talked about this before, like, our First Amendment rights are completely hampered and over there, and so this was our kind of stand to say, hey, allow our voices to be heard. We were still completely peaceful, marched peacefully, arm in arm, and there's been no violence from our side at all the entire time. So that was great. They did try to grab me at one point because I was on the end of the line, so I was able to kind of get out of that situation, luckily, but that would have been a little, obviously, scary.
And I heard I saw that you were like shouting messages out to the police as they're standing there. What are the messages that you're trying to deliver, or what are you trying to get across to them when you're shouting out?
Yeah, I think obviously we're all tackling with this. Like out here, obviously we want to protest ICE, not the state police, not Governor Pritzker's police. We want to protest ICE. And so I think part of my messaging is, one, there's like a bit of like trying to humanize them in some way. They're not masked up. There's a bit of, hey, I kept saying, hey, get the fuck out of the way. We're not here for you. We have no quarrel with you. Get the hell out of the way. We're here to enter the facility and investigate crimes against humanity. So like that's our goal. Yeah. So I kept saying, get the hell out of the way.
Let's not let those, you know, as you said, crimes against humanity. Certainly, I would say those conditions are inhumane. Yeah. Let's describe some of those. Like, what are some of the things that you've heard about happening in that facility that make you particularly incensed?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some friends in there, citizen friends that have been in there, and he described it as many people with their shirts off, extremely overheated environments, garbage littered about the floor, you know, laughing and mocking from the jailers and things like that. So just, I mean, horrific. And then it's just being used as, and then way overpacked. So obviously it's just being used as this conduit. They're here for a brief amount of time, or we have no idea amount of time because there's no due process. It's a complete violation of those rights. And then they're shipped off to God knows where. We have no idea.
Yeah, God knows where. We watch the buses leave sometimes. We'll be here at the right moment. You can see a bus that has bars lining its windows and people inside of that bus being shipped somewhere. People being disappeared inside this immigration system. To underscore what Sean was saying about the conditions inside, what we're hearing from class action lawsuits about the conditions inside is people being deprived sleep, being deprived food, certainly being deprived sunlight because the boards on the windows, there you cannot see in and out from this facility. People being denied access to their attorneys, people being forced to sign documents without understanding what those documents say. People perhaps being crammed into cells. You talked about the tight conditions, it being as many as 60 people to a cell, to the point where people had to sleep standing up.
Yeah.
Okay. Sean, you had a brief interaction with a major here from the Illinois State Police. Can you describe what that interaction was like? What did you say to him? What did he say back?
Yeah, so as you know, Colonel Owens is usually on duty here, maybe has a day off type of thing. The major, I'm blanking on his name right now, maybe you know, but Kilner? Major, thank you. Major Kilner was on duty. I was yelling at things like them, like saying, get out of the way, get out of the way. At some point, I don't know why, I don't even remember now, but I beckoned them to like come over to like talk. And I basically said what our demands are. I said, we demand for you to part ways of this street and let us enter the facility. He said, absolutely not. We cannot actually like allow you to do that. I think he meant like for his, orders or maybe whatever law. I don't know. And I think at one point they were trying to identify me like as a leader. They're like, are you leading this thing? I'm like, absolutely not. We are a collective of this is a movement, broad movement, and people are just here on their own volition. So that was a little scary because I think what they're trying to do for anyone unaware is they're maybe trying to identify people to maybe, who knows, maybe process like some sort of case, a conspiracy sort of case against type of thing, and which we've seen at the federal level with the 6 that were recently accused of that, like Kat and Buguzale and others and that people that I know. So yeah, very.
When you see activists being arrested and charged like that, when you hear the police on the bullhorn threatening arrest for anyone who remains in the street, the use of pepper balls and the batons on the protesters here tonight, does it intimidate you? I notice you're still standing here in the street. You haven't cleared out the way they want you to.
I think it's like when your trial by fire here is getting just destroyed by ICE. Like that was my first night, was just getting absolutely run over by them. I think Illinois State Police has at least a code of ethics of some kind. We might not agree with it. It's brutal at times, but it's at least much more tame, so it's a lot less egregious. But I did get hit a bunch with pepper ball shots, and so we'll see what the bruises look like later. But yeah, besides that, no, I mean, it's just we're here for the right reasons, the people out here. So any fear or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
You talked there about how it used to be ICE agents that you were dealing with out here, and you've also made reference to Pritzker's police force. Can you describe that evolution, and what kind of leadership do you want to see from Governor J.B. Pritzker?
Yeah, the evolution, as you know, we were protesting ICE here a month or so ago. Before, we were way up at the facility, then it got pushed back to the gate, then it got pushed back further to the free speech zones, then Illinois State Police came in, took charge in the last like 4-ish weeks, I forget. And yeah, it's what we're trying to do here as protesters is put sand in the wheels of the ICE machine, their meat grinder essentially, and we cannot do that currently. So because Governor Pritzker is at least publicly a hypocrite. I don't know what he's trying to do behind the scenes, but publicly he's a complete hypocrite, saying the right things, saying we stand up for fascism, but we're doing the dirty work for him. We're here on the ground doing the literal dirty work for him, and then he's going to take credit for it if we ever make headway here. Yeah.
Meaning if enough pressure is put on the federal government for them to make change, you expect him to swoop in and say, look at what Illinois was able to do.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the strength of Chicago Illinoisans, and look how great we got along, and maybe there's some good shots of them passing out candy yesterday, and look, like that kind of thing. Look, we did this together as a community, but no, it's the people here that are the community. So, yeah.
We've seen clergy up at the front lines of this movement out here. What's been your reaction to seeing the preaching going on up here at the front?
That has been a bizarre personal journey for me as someone who grew up Catholic and complete atheist, agnostic at best nowadays, and becoming friends with these frontline religious leaders has been honestly insanely inspiring in like the weirdest ways for me. You have the tatted up. You weren't supposed to hear that. Reverend David Black just heard me say that. We've become friends, I guess. And then, yeah, there's like there's just tatted up guys, and there's just all sorts of religious leaders coming together, and they're here as leaders, literal leaders, and that it's so inspiring and makes me almost want to go back to church, but probably not.
All right, we'll leave that up in the air, and then if I ever interview you a third time, I'll check and see how that went. Anything else you want to add while you got the platform here?
Jordan called me. You mentioned about U.S. citizens being held there.
Yeah, I imagine you're talking about some of the arrests that have happened out here in the past, because some folks do get detained inside. Or were you referencing something else when you were talking about people being arrested and U.S. citizens being arrested?
Yeah, I was referencing an acquaintance here that's part of this movement has been arrested by ICE and detained in this facility. I forget for how long. I think over a day. No due processing. I think. I can't quote on that. This is like foggy old news going off of this, but he's the one that described those conditions to me, and so I'm just passing that along. But yeah, U.S. citizen and was held in that. So beyond that, I'm not sure exactly the numbers that have been held here specifically. I can't speak to that, but.
Yeah, and I just want to reference that's not new or unique from what we have heard in the past. We have interviewed Attorney Robert Held several times. He was detained inside that facility for 8 hours. Seemed like maybe your friend was in there longer if we're going by the hazy memory, admittedly, there. But yeah, of U.S. citizens, peaceful protesters out here being detained inside that facility for hours on end. In Robert Held's case, not even a charge coming out of that.
Yeah.
We have Border Patrol who are detaining citizens pulling out of their cars.
Yeah, and John is pointing out off camera there. He's pointing out that we're also seeing this out and about in what the ICE raids and the other Department of Homeland Security agents, Border Patrol agents, raids that they are doing when they jump out of cars and they grab people, profiling based just purely on the color of their skin or the job that they're doing or the neighborhood that they're walking in. A lot of times those are U.S. citizens. They're being detained too. And John and I, we were there when they actually arrested a U.S. citizen for impeding someone who was following along one of their convoys as it was moving through the city, pulled somebody out of the vehicle, boxed somebody in, stopped her, pulled her out of the vehicle, and then arrested her. When I inquired as to what she was being arrested for, agents told me impeding. When I asked, how was she impeding by following along this convoy, agents wouldn't answer me. This is what we're seeing over and over and over again here in Chicago. A lot of rights being disregarded. Sean, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you too. Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate you guys so much.
We've been streaming now for 5.5 hours. I'm going to take a little bit of a water break. I think I've earned one at this point. John, if we just want to set up the camera to kind of look here at the police for a little bit as we check to see if anything's developing.
Huddling and whispering about some shit. I'm glad that we actually did pull this down to that point.
All right, guys, so we are 20 minutes away from the end of the protest hours, 6 p.m. Central. It's 20 minutes from now. So we will see how the police are going to react to that.
You're not afraid of accountability. I take very minimal courage. Protect the crowd. Follow your protocol. While you're here playing musical chairs, ICE is legalized in your neighborhood. ICE is a nobody knows where they are. It's not too nobody knows where they are. How would you feel
Buckeyes.
What's round on the end?
OH! OH! OH!
Is there a middle field Illinois or
Why are you from Ohio?
Are you from Ohio? Once if you're from Ohio.
Don't say shit if you're from Ohio.
Are you from Ohio? That's from Ohio? That's incredible. Welcome to Chicago. Yellow school buses. You guys sing songs. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Ohio's a nice place. Did they not have enough brown people in Ohio for you? Are there not enough brown people in Ohio for you to beat?
Yeah.
No.
If we do get out of here, we can pick it up in the day. We're not like
Hey everybody, I don't know, but it's vibing like 6 o'clock is when they would push.
Yep.
If you don't know that, that's good to know. But I don't know. They don't always push. You know, irrelevant what they do, it doesn't help.
Just in case.
Go watch the World Series, and then we'll go into that fucking abduction clinic. Fuckers, this is our talk. Weird porn. That's the surprise video.
All right, it's now 5:45 here in the central time zone out here in Broadview, Illinois. I note the time because, as I said earlier in the broadcast, at 6 o'clock is when the curfew on protesting takes effect here, that the mayor of Broadview instituted several weeks ago. So far, it was now a couple of hours ago, I would say, when police first issued their 15-minute warning that anybody who did not leave the street would be subject to arrest. But police this entire time have been quite content to stand here. So we're thinking that a lot of the action might come at 6. And we're starting to make preparations for that, if that is the case, if police are going to try and clear this area at 6. And to that end, we're going to replace the battery in our camera because we've been streaming for hours and hours here, and this one, while not quite out, is certainly getting down there, and we want something fresh. So you're going to lose video for just a moment, but we will continue to stream, and we'll be back very quickly. The stream won't go out. You'll just lose video for just a moment. Hang on for it.
Ask him if I went back on.
Hey, Colin, did we come back on at all? You seeing us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, lovely. Thank you. All right. And welcome back. Thank you for being patient with us while we traded out the camera battery there in preparation for 6 o'clock, when we are anticipating that law enforcement might make a push, because that is the curfew for protesting here in Broadview, Illinois, outside of this ICE detention facility. Several weeks ago, the mayor of Broadview had set up just designated protest zones that are fenced in by some concrete barriers. The protesters are outside of those in the street here, which is what merited why the police came out here and met the protesters in the street. So now we're just waiting to see if police will enforce those curfew hours. But the attitude among the protesters, at least, is very relaxed. I'd say police are too. Many are just kind of shifting from side to side. I'm noticing a lot of people shaking out their feet because people have been on their feet out here now for several hours, standing in place. And if my feet are anything to judge it by, we are exhausted out here. So, yeah. So, what is your name?
I'm Coral Henry.
Coral. And you are?
Her mom. And we're nervous. I'm nervous, but she begged to come out because she is so upset. She begged, yeah. And she knew it was intense tonight.
Coral, how old are you?
I'm 12 years old.
You're 12 years old and you're out at this protest tonight. Why did you want to be here?
Because ICE is taking our neighbors and destroying America.
So, this is, Mom, I gotta ask, like, we've seen police out here. I mean, there are police out here in riot gear. They've been firing pepper balls. Like
earlier, and it was intense already. And I went home and reported on the situation. She was like, "Can we please go back?" And I wanted to stay over there, but she keeps begging to get closer, and she wants to give them our message to let the captives free, let the immigrants free. So, yeah.
Coral, can I get you to really walk us through your signs here, what they say, and the message that you're trying to deliver here? Okay. All right. So start by just reading it off for us.
ICE, law enforcement, come join us on the right side of history. It's still not too late. You always have a choice.
And what is it that you mean you want ICE and law enforcement to quit their jobs, it sounds like, and come out here and be part of the protest, be part of the protests against the Trump administration? Do I got you right on that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they have a choice, and they always will. They don't have to be taking our neighbors and doing everything that they're doing. They could be out here protesting and helping America.
Tell about your classmate who can't go out to recess.
I have 3 classmates who came here from Venezuela like 2 years ago, and they're not allowed to go outside for recess because ICE reports from so close to our school.
ICE agents out patrolling near schools, making it so some kids can't enjoy recess. That is the reality on the ground here in the Chicagoland area. What are the feelings that you have when you see those classmates who aren't able to go out, and when you see scenes like this happening on streets not too far from where you live?
Honestly, just anger and some hatred and sadness.
Yeah, a lot of emotions there. 12 years old. When I was 12 years old, I was not experiencing any of this. I was going out and having fun with my friends. I got to, I feel like, live a pretty carefree childhood. Mom, I've got to ask, when you see her kind of forced to grapple with these adult topics at such a young age, how does it make you feel?
I would love to live in a country where this wasn't an issue, and part of me just wants to leave America and imagining that this is the future they're going to grow up in. And her older sister is gay, and I worry about what that kind of future looks like if we're, rounding up immigrants and taking them based on the color of their skin. So it's scary for me to think about the future, and the easy option seems to leave the country and just give up on this. But the funny thing is I'm not like a tribalist person, but I've never been so proud to be from Chicago and part of this resistance. And I'm not originally from Chicago, but now I feel like I belong here, just finding people who care as deeply about how wrong this is and how much immigrants deserve to be here. And this is an immigrant city, and that's what's beautiful about Chicago. So I feel really proud to be a Chicagoan and to have kids who feel the same way. So, yeah.
Coral, can you describe the world that you want to grow up in, that you want to see when you're an adult? What should this country look like? If this world is making you angry, sad, those emotions that we just walked through, what would a better world look like?
Peace and acceptance of each other, and not just rich white people, everyone. And just love and accepting each other.
Love, acceptance, equality, these are not tough concepts, a 12-year-old can grasp them and is brave enough to come out here and stand in front of a line of police officers.
Counting the minutes because we're afraid we could get arrested.
Yeah, counting those minutes until 6 o'clock. Not sure what's going to happen after that. Dressed as a pickle on top of all of it. Coral, I got to ask about the pickle costume. Was there a reason behind it?
No, we just found it in our attic, and I wore it in 2nd grade for Halloween.
Yeah, well, you're certainly rocking it out here. For folks watching this at home who might be feeling, nervous, apprehension about the future, is there anywhere where you're finding hope or anything that's making you happy right now that you're seeing, whether it be from friends, from family, from your community? Is there any words of hope that you can give to people? Where are you getting the strength to be out here and not be afraid that you're pulling your mom to the front of the protest? Where's that strength come from?
I wanted to stay back there, just for the record.
Yep.
Especially just seeing that other people are brave enough, and even the people that are getting rounded up, they're brave enough to be taken and taken away from their families. So we should be brave enough just to be able to help them out in whatever way we can and be there for them at the least.
We use the privilege as white people who don't look Latino, for one thing, and having jobs and whatever else. To stand up for sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, exactly. We got very lucky. We don't have to be the people getting rounded up, so let's just at least help them and, use our privileges to their advantage.
Coral, I feel like I could talk to you all night, but we are keeping an eye on the time, and I can see Mom is tense, and I feel like as a responsible journalist, I should probably let you go. Thank you for coming out here and sharing your message with us. Is there anything else that you would want to add while you had this platform?
ICE is ruining America, and we need to do whatever we can to stop them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coral. We appreciate it.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So there you have it from a 12-year-old. A 12-year-old understands the injustice that is happening in the world right now, that is happening in her communities. This is where she is choosing to be, pulling her mother forward to the front of this crowd, not afraid to step in front of the camera to tell you how things should be, how this world should be, how it should treat people. The fact that there are adults who cannot grasp some of these basic concepts should, I think, worry a lot of us and inspire a lot of folks to push for a better future so that Coral is growing up in a better world. Not one that is dozens and dozens of police officers against a small number of peaceful protesters who are here to demonstrate against the inhuman conditions inside that brick building on the right, where people are being held without reportedly access to food, access to the ability to talk to their lawyer, being deprived of sleep. Not this world, something better. And we're now just 2 minutes to 6 o'clock here, where we will see if police take the tact of clearing the street in keeping with that protest curfew here in Broadview, Illinois. Right now, a lot of the police officers are in little groups talking among themselves. There's still a line here that is maintaining, blocking protesters from moving further up the street towards the ICE facility. Not that the protesters have made much of a move to do that in quite some time now, but still maintaining that line. But behind that line, rather than having rank after rank of police officers, they're now off in separate groups, having conversations. I'm seeing a lot of laughing and talking back there. Again, pretty relaxed at this point. So if police were going to clear the street, what we would expect to see would be them to make an announcement. Oh, you hear people counting down until 6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy 6 o'clock!
Protesters celebrating the arrival of 6 o'clock. If police intended to keep to that 6 o'clock curfew, we would expect to hear a warning. That's what police have done when they're smaller groups of protesters just back in those protest zones. It's been first a warning, and yes, now we see the police actually moving out into position here. So maybe they are about to make another push, but still getting themselves organized. Yep, and they are donning their gas masks as well, many of them. See the ones there in front, many holding out their batons. I'm going to take just a quick break here to don my own mask and my own goggles.
It's 6 o'clock. We're not trying, we're here. I understand you have your amendment right to protest, right? I'm asking you a favor.
Oh, you want to go home to your family because they can't go?
Listen, I have no, listen, you can yell and say whatever you want to me, it's all you can. I have nothing to do with that. I'm here to do a job. And my job is actually to protect your rights too, just as well as anybody else.
Why are we the ones covered in pepper balls and they're not?
I didn't do anything to you and not expect you.
Every time you guys are not here, we're peaceful. Like, you guys are not here, we're peaceful. You know this. I don't know why you guys are here.
Listen to me. I'm trying to talk to you guys.
You guys are escalating it.
Hear them out first. Just hear them out first.
Let's not forget you have a literal, like, army jeep out there. With Bluetooth speakers and everything. So this is an autonomous movement. We don't have leaders. There's nobody who's going to like give a call to disperse. But listen, I can take a vote. We can have a vote, and we can vote on whether to disperse. How does that sound? We can handle it democratically. How does that sound?
We can do it democratically.
What's happening?
What's happening back
What
there?
is happening? What we can't see.
They just got unchecked male energy.
What the fuck? No one can hear you. No one can hear you back here.
What is happening right now?
Seriously, no one can hear you. What is happening?
We were just having a conversation.
Yo, what happened, man?
What the fuck?
Listen,
You ain't got to do this, man.
But listen, but listen. Hold on.
Well then,
Well, listen.
you don't have to do this. You don't have to do that.
I'm not saying we have to do this. I'm telling you guys this, and I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a 6 o'clock ordinance.
Look at how many there are of you, and look at how many
It's a
there
6
are of
o'clock
us.
ordinance,
We're
and Broadview is going to enforce this. We're not trying to. Broadview is enforcing the ordinance. I'm trying to tell you. Guys can go over there all you want to, and stand over there. That's it. We're not going to do anything.
This is the Broadview Police Department. It is now 6 o'clock p.m. The executive order is in effect. You are ordered to leave the area via Lexington. It is now 6 o'clock. If you fail to leave the area, you will be arrested. This is your last dispersal order. It is 6 o'clock.
You realize this is not helping.
That was Broadview Police Chief Mills on the loudspeaker.
Move back. Move back.
Fuck you! Fuck you, motherfucker! Shame on you, bitches! Shame on all you motherfuckers! Fuck you! Shame on you, bitches!
Please disperse the roadway via Lexington.
Put the microphone there.
Fuck you! Fuck the police! Show that!
Please disperse the roadway via Lexington.
Fuck you! You move the fuck back!
You guys are out of rhythm. You gotta.
Whoever see him move, stand in the back. Move your people down. You're escalating the situation. Move back.
You don't have to be here. We don't want you here. You don't want us here. You're protecting us. You're a fucking Nazi. Fucking no light in that man's eyes. Lobotomy ass bitch. Never had an original thought in his life. That's why you want a man.
Is this the ugly one to put the face coverings on? Or? How do you feel about that? Shy or something? How about you? You're shy? Yeah. Ugly face Watch your step! Watch your step! Barricades behind! Barricades behind! Barricades! Barricades! Barricades behind!
Hey! Get the fuck back! Get back on the line! Get across the line! You can't cross this fucking line! Fuck out of here! Don't give them wrong orders! Don't give them wrong orders! You know they don't pass this fucking line!
You're saying it right, bro. Thank you. You're saying it right. This is crazy.
Things are so much safer now. Thank you for your concern. This is what all the time you've done is worth now. Yeah, you
don't got a mask, that's why you're gone.
Well, there's people who are being hurt. Is this your school?
Just go 4 hours to do us 200 feet back and nothing has changed. At all. We're still here.
Police have now completely cleared Beach Street, and the protesters are now at the intersection of Beach and Lexington,
When you guys didn't come here, we were peaceful.
outside of those designated protest areas.
Y'all escalate this shit. We're literally peaceful when you guys don't show up. The fuck you guys doing here, man?
Fucking crazy. You don't gotta agree with why we're here, bro. Just leave. Let us do what we gotta do, man.
Really make a difference.
Right, bro. Y'all just, what the fuck? This is where our taxpayer dollars are going to, bro. This is literally where our taxpayer dollars are going to, bro. What the fuck, man? Literally, every time we're here. You were here last time when Broadview backed down. We were completely peaceful and we dispersed ourselves. They don't need to be here. There's veterans here, school teachers here, kids here. There's a fucking reverend here, bro. God damn. I've been coming here since August, bro. There's none of you guys here. This is crazy, man. This ain't right, bro. This ain't right. They got a fucking canine unit.
Talk to him a little more if you want.
I can't hear you.
Talk to him a little more
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you want.
My man, when you're telling them, like, this is where our taxpayer dollars are going, where do you want them to go? What would be a better use?
Or would be a better use? Literally anything else, bro.
Can I get you to face out this way a little bit? Yeah.
Man, I can go on a whole rant about that. I don't know if that's a good idea right now, man, but I can go on a whole rant about that, bro. But literally not this, bro. Literally, the government is literally shut down right now. They're trying not to get people snapped, and we still have to pay taxes, bro. And then this is where our taxes are going to, and there's people starving right now. This is fucking crazy, dude. This shit is wild, dude. There's people in there not getting food and medication. I would literally, my taxes go to anyone else, bro. Like, what the fuck is this? We're literally peacefully protesting.
Every time. I've been tear gassed like 3 times in the past 3 months. I got shot at. I got hit with a baton like 5 times at this point. This shit is crazy, bro. Like, this is not right. This is not right, bro. This is not right.
So, like, tomorrow we're probably going to hear, like, right-wing media start to call this a riot, start to call this...
All the, you know, agitators that come here and film
Let's set the
this
record straight. What did you see out here? How did you come out here to act? What was the message you came to deliver?
Well, I wasn't going to come out here today, but they released the lawsuit, you know. I'm sure you read it. It was hard not to cry when you read that, you know.
You're talking about the class action suit, about the conditions inside that building, where they're talking about people being deprived sleep, being deprived food, not given access to a lawyer, etc., etc.
No due process. A pregnant woman in there having to pee in front of all these people and not getting food, bro. This is insane. Like this doesn't even happen at a normal jail, but that's what happens when you don't give people due process. This isn't even meant to be a detention facility, bro. These are cubicles in there. There's no working showers. Christy Noam came here and she couldn't even use the bathroom and she wanted to go somewhere else. And these are the conditions they're going in there for. This is why we're here. We need to spread awareness, and this is insane. We have all of these people and the right-wing media trying to work against us to not let us spread awareness. Like, bro, this is why we're here. I'm trying to classify us as a terrorist organization, bro. Every time I come here, I've been peaceful, man. And they're the ones that haven't been peaceful. We've been literally getting bruised every single time, bro. This is insane, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how you can see that and not want to come out here and be like, yo, this isn't right. Please, let's make a difference. I don't know how you can see this and be like, yeah, this is totally fine, man. These guys are doing a great job. Thank you for protecting and serving. Why is that in every police station, every fucking billboard I see with cops? Protecting and serving, bro. This is not protecting and serving. All these cops out here, bro, there's people committing crimes out there, bro. The real criminals are behind you. The ICE agents over there, bro. It's just crazy. I've known 3 people personally that got sent here, and I still don't know shit about them, bro. That's fucking crazy. Like, this is crazy. ICE agents came to my neighborhood on the east side and tear gassed me. Like, this is crazy, bro. This isn't right. This is fucked up, bro. My family came here illegally. That's the term they want to use to give me a better life, man. They never committed a crime in their life. The last thing I'd want is for them to be sent in a place like this, and then we got to be out here begging to give them clothes or give them medicine like that last kid I saw who just tried to come and give his mom clothes and they didn't want to give him clothes. Like, bro, I don't know how you can see all this and not like, be like, yeah, you know, that's fine. We should treat people like that. Regardless of how they came here, this is not how we treat people. We should be at a higher standard in this country, bro. Like, it's just fucked up, man. Like, this shit is crazy. And they're going to start doing this shit again, and then I might get arrested, bro. It's fucked up. And then I might get indicted, because the last people that got arrested, they just got indicted now. I'm like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. It's fucked up, man. It ain't right.
Were any of those people that you say you knew that were abducted, were any of them your family?
No, they weren't my family, thankfully. Now you about to see what happened. Come on, man. What the fuck?
Fuck the police.
Fuck you!
John, you're heading towards the curb right now.
Fuck you! Fuck that command leader! Be careful.
You're right against the car.
Alright, now what? Where do we go now? Peaceful protest! Where do we go now? Go back down!
Tell me, open this up. Tell me
Now
how
what?
much
We're
battery
just
we
gonna
have
dance all
left.
night? Y'all just wanna do the two-step all night?
27.
Okay.
Move back! Move back!
if they do try to move it around, at least you're over there, you're not on the road.
Okay, one piece.
Yeah. Just hold this when I actually turn it on. Just flip that over.
When you can't feed your kids, we'll protest for them too. When you can't feed your kids, we'll protest for them. We'll come together and feed them. We're not the same. We are not the same. Thank you guys for your service. You were fighting actual crime right now. Imagine if you were actually fighting crime. Instead of pushing back peaceful protesters who are completely unarmed and handing you flowers. This is a waste of taxpayer resources. Look at how many there are of you. What did you do all day? You just stood there? There's plenty of things to do in this state and in your cities. You're fighting the wrong people.
Meanwhile, they're shooting. How you were evil.
Is that it though? Bug it out. So what? What if we do get some...
We're going to go ahead and back
All
off.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You hear that, everybody?
Thank you.
We gotta leave.
Sidewalk.
Officer Rivers said we're gonna back off if we go to the sidewalk. Everybody choose what they want to do, but understand that currently it's not over there, the free speech zone. It's not be back on Lexington. It's whatever the fuck this point is where they decided it's sidewalk time. That's the new rule. Do what you want with that information. Thanks for the fucking weird rules, dude.
Okay, so we go on that sidewalk over there, or that sidewalk over here? Over there.
Either one. Oh, do you see that? Over here, but you said either one. Get your fucking shit together. Oh, thank you. So, Rivers? Yeah, I get it. I get it, but you did a bad job communicating that. You agree, right? That was fucked up. Weird. I hear you. I know what you're saying. I hear you. We're protesting. It's weird. I can hear you. Get out of the road. You too. Get out of the road. Hey, you get out of the road. Hey, I'm asking. I'm just asking. Get out of the road. We're protesting, you know?
What about people who have stuff?
You do.
We know you're pushing us back there. A bunch of people have car keys and shit that's
Why
in there.
cannot I leave this vicinity until I get my bag that has my keys and stuff in it? I'm not the only one in this situation. Is there any way that someone could just go and bring the stuff that's over there? It's like 4 bags or something.
Okay, once everybody get out of the road, we'll handle that accordingly. Until everybody gets out of the road, I'm afraid that somebody's going to get hit by a car.
What the fuck is
Protect me, Daddy.
We're on the sidewalk, but what are you talking about?
You're a joke. You're a fucking joke. That's what you are.
I'm worried about
How do you expect them to leave then, bro?
I'm not like...
Go worry about the people that are
It
in there
seems
to
like you're not worried about us at all. Remember when you fucking knocked that dude's teeth out 2 weeks ago? Remember?
You are blocking the road now. Look at
We'll be able to go back.
Or else interview.
Yeah, we've been
Or
on
else
the
move
side.
again.
Okay, what happens after? We gotta stay over there.
Guys.
10 of you could escort us to go get our stuff.
We don't take that.
It's like a
Stop
trillion.
the eye roll. You look
It was
sassy.
bad when you guys gave conflicting orders twice in 1 minute. That was bad.
And you both had something of different.
You're creating danger and talking about our safety. It's fucking stupid.
I'm the commander.
I see you. Hi, Commander. My name is Mike.
Well, listen.
Well, then learn how to command. No one's listening to you.
Can you get it to the side on the street?
I'm just a guy. I can do what I want, but I can't speak for all these people.
Okay.
You know, we are individual human beings who fucking hate this.
Hey guys, can we
All
go
right.
on the sidewalk? Hey guys, can we go on the sidewalk? Can we go on the sidewalk, guys?
Watch your step. A lot of cracks in your throat.
Nazis! Watch your step. There's cracks in the road. If you fall, they'll take you.
right, don't fall.
Worry about our safety and push us into a busy street. You're worried about our safety, right? Hey, they said hold. Tell me how you're worried about our safety. Tell me how we're going to be nice and safe in the middle of 25th. Tell me about the other jurisdiction across the street. Feels good to get it off your plate, right? Then you go back, then we come back, and we do it every single week.
Trying to blind us with flashlights now. Y'all gonna push us. See what I'm saying? You said either way, and now we gotta go that way. What the fuck? Y'all gotta make that clear. Did they hear that shit? We gotta go that way. You should let us know, so they know. Why are y'all giving conflicting orders? You said either way was fine.
That
was a very annoying noise.
Hey, fix your line, fix your line. Fix this. You want to get me right there? Fix it, idiot. Come on. Fix your line. Fix your line. You're fucking it up. You gotta slow. You gotta speed. Fix your line, guys. You're creating more danger. Fix your line. You got a solo man out front. Start bringing it.
Shame! 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 What the fuck is he doing? He's trying to start violence! He's trying to start violence! That officer is trying to start violence! Look at that man right there! Look at that man right there! He's right behind you!
They were just pushing back the National Lawyers Guild observers. That was where we saw that altercation just then that led up to what you're seeing right here. It was a National Lawyer Guild observer. They've been out here at these protests repeatedly just to take note on what happens. They're observers much in the same way as the press.
Observer, and your fucking cop just hit them in the head.
Charge him! Charge him! Charge him! Charge that fucking officer! Charge that officer!
Take him away!
Badge numbers! Badge numbers! Charge that officer! Get away! You saw!
Wait till wait, no.
You saw! What the? Show us what you did! You saw this man! You want to go motion? Arrest that fucking man! Arrest that man! If he was one of our protesters, you would have arrested them! Arrest that officer! Arrest that officer! Arrest that officer! Charge him! Charge him! Charge him! Charge that officer! Charge that officer! Bullshit! If it were all protesters, if it were one of us,
think it was that one all the way back there. All the way in the back. You'll have to ask her. She's
It's the guy that they're talking to behind there. It's on video. It's on fucking video. Badge number. It is on fucking video.
With the bat or something. I don't know. You have to ask.
If that was one of us, we'd be on the fucking floor with 10 officers on top of us. But you guys are starting violence. Arrest him! Arrest him! Arrest that fucking criminal! Arrest him! Arrest him! Arrest that criminal! Arrest that fucking criminal! Arrest that fucking criminal! You guys are starting violence!
No one will listen to you because of this! No one will listen to you or respect you! No one will respect you! No one will trust you!
He had sight on his head! And he still hit him! What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
It's on video.
He's not even a fucking protester! Big ass! What is the badge number? We have the legal right! We have the legal right to know the badge number!
The whole world is watching!
We have the legal right to know. We have cameras up the ass. It's on video. What is the badge number?
You cannot!
What is the badge number? Everyone, this is...
If you stay silent, all of you are complicit.
What is the badge number?
It's on video.
It's on video.
Criminal.
Badge number. 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 What is the badge number of the man who assaulted a peaceful protester? What is the badge number of the man, of the police officer who assaulted a peaceful protester tonight? What is his badge number? We have the legal right to know his badge number.
We need body cam footage.
We need
body cam footage.
What is his body cam on?
We need body cam footage.
Where's the body cam footage? Was his body cam on? Y'all better all turn on all your fucking body cameras since you want to be so fucking aggressive with everyone.
This is your way of making it peaceful by beating on us.
I saw you take that off.
This is the way to make it peaceful by beating on us.
Turn your fucking cameras on.
Thank you.
Turn your fucking cameras.
Criminals. Arrest them. And we need body cam footage too.
You guys are criminals. You're an embarrassment to your police department. You're criminals.
Footage. The guy that was beating on people.
They know who he is. They're just protecting their little friend. They're just protecting their friend.
Okay, now next, the criminal that beat on someone. This is your way of making.
This is your way of protecting people. This is your way of protecting people.
Beating on us. Beating on us. Beating.
Keep their cameras off if they want to be aggressive.
Police are coming out of the parking lot next to the street here, and they're starting to box in the protesters now on two sides. The third side is a building. Leaves only one way out for the officers, or for the protesters out here. But I'll note that there is also police cars at the end of the street. Looks like they might be blocking 25th, which is the street behind us.
The whole world is watching.
You're ready to see your faces on national television, pieces of shit.
Do you know how many people are alive here? How many people saw that?
You chose to do this. You chose to incite violence. You notice how nobody fought back? You notice how nobody punched back when your officer got out of line? You notice how we didn't fight back? You notice how we didn't start violence back when your officer punched someone? Do you notice that?
And now you're gearing up for more.
You're going to hear me even better with your ears turned to me.
What the fuck are y'all doing, man?
Why don't you tuck your hands in your fucking pockets if you can't keep them to yourself?
It's no wonder you guys protect ICE. It's no wonder.
Watch your hands! Watch your face because they be punching people in the face!
Police are walking up the street now.
Put your cameras on.
Do we know the name and badge number?
They're flanking.
More police are coming up a side driveway here.
He's the worst one.
Sidewalk. You can go back and get your stuff.
I will leave immediately.
Okay.
Hey, who needs their stuff?
Who has shit that they
Who
wanna
needs their
get
shit?
from the
Who
free
has
speech
shit
zone?
in the
Or
protest
whatever.
zone? Who needs their stuff?
Or a car. Okay. Oh, did we leave? No. Aren't you parked back there?
Yeah, I'm parked. Do you want to go?
Don't let them surround.
Officer.
Jackie.
You see, it'd be a lot easier with all
Can
these
I go to my
officers out
car
here,
on Gardner Street?
I'm up to the
car is on Gardner.
And now the area is safe. Good job, boys.
Police there were just allowing some protesters back into the free speech zone to get items that they had left behind as the police had hastily cleared the area. Didn't give protesters a chance to gather up some of their belongings. But a few of them let back through in order to go get people, or in order to go get things, excuse me.
Can you get on the sidewalk? Okay, no, go ahead. No, can you get on the sidewalk?
Like, whether or not I'm
It's
on
okay.
the
I'll go
sidewalk
on the
doesn't
sidewalk.
mean I'm not
We'll
going to
back.
be peaceful, bro. Like, what? This is crazy. After what just happened, like, all of this is unnecessary, bro. All of this is unnecessary. You need, like, 4 officers, bro. It would make no difference. 4 officers, bro. But all of this, and now you're flanking us, and you're like, move that way. Then, no, never mind, move that way. Actually, now move back over there. Move back over here. I'm like, what the fuck?
Further, on the road, you're arguing that this is about your safety and our safety. That logic doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
You're creating a lot of danger
How is this
when we
for our
walk
safety if we
backwards
got
over your
batons?
shitty streets, broad.
You guys got batons. How is this for our safety?
We were dancing just safely, just fine.
Right. Hitting them for dancing, bro. What?
You guys remember 2 weeks ago you just left and then we just left?
Right. Well, that was Broadview. That was crazy because there's only like 4 officers. They only
Broadview
need
came out,
4
they were like,
officers.
y'all go. We were like, no. But then we did. Like an hour later.
Right, an hour later we
Like an
dispersed
hour later.
ourselves.
Just
An hour
show the
later we
fuck
dispersed
out.
ourselves.
Like,
This is
look at
unnecessary.
this. Look at this. Did I
Right,
do
you guys
this?
got batons.
Did I do this? I think it was y'all.
Right.
That's really
How is this
fucking
for our
embarrassing.
safety?
Just so we're clear, I'm an individual. I don't represent these people.
Right.
But I know they're feeling
You guys
it.
got snipers on the roof and you got batons over here flanking us on the right. What the fuck?
Creating danger. You haven't
How is
tried-
this for our
This is
safety?
after we've taken every proper venue to change this
Right.
behavior. We talked to the mayor.
That's
we
crazy,
talked to Chief
man.
Mills. We talked to other departments. Right. We did the work. You know there was a humanitarian aid tent there?
Right.
You know about
There
that?
was literally a tent
It wasn't
right
your
there.
department, I know, but you're Nazis, so it's like that. They took down our humanitarian aid tent, and then y'all started using chemical weapons to that. We had gloves, masks, Sudokan wipes. We had
They banned ICE
so
for
much
using
saline.
that shit, but you
You know
guys
where
can
you
use
put
it
it?
on us.
In an excavator, into a dumpster. That's what you did for the community. It wasn't that you? It was some Broadview dude? I guess I should get to know each individual motherfucker collaborating to Nazify this area. Shame. That's fucking gross.
really need to stretch out.
What a waste of time. What a dangerous situation
that?
that you're creating. Under the veil of safety and under the veil of government, you're fucking endangering all of these people. Hey, you got Josh out. That guy can't give a consistent order.
Right, literally.
Hey, Commander.
Literally. Right, get the
Oh,
fuck out of
hey,
here, man.
who could have predicted that?
Right.
Bye.
Literally.
My God. How did this happen? Did you just fucking see an hour ahead into the future? Nah. Goodbye.
Hey, start here. Hey, pull off into 2 columns.
Yeah, pull off into 2 columns.
2 columns, boys.
Get the fuck out of
Then
here.
we'll be safe. We're almost safe.
Swing around. Yeah, listen to Bladino.
You got it, right?
Move back! 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 Move back!
Some of the protesters now following the police as the police pull back here. The protesters are following them back up Lexington Street towards those protest areas, shouting move back at the police. In the same way that the police were shouting those same words at them as they pushed protesters back to this point. The protesters were pointing out there the futility of this exercise. The police pushed them out in keeping with the curfew in the village of Broadview. The protesters saying, as soon as you let us, we'll try and go back to continue protesting. That's what they want to do. So this push and pull game really just serves as a distraction.
Move back!
Back over here.
I needed to burn that halo.
Ways to dance. If you guys want to dance, that was a weird dance. I don't like that dance. That wasn't fun.
I don't like that dance.
I don't like that dance.
Everyone got the steps in.
Hey, y'all like Tylenol?
That was a waste of
Tylenol.
Hey, don't get arrested.
You're right. I'm citing prescription Tylenol.
Y'all want to run it again? You guys do it, then we do it?
We got the joke over there.
Yeah,
on the real.
The court at least. Princess, you guys heard it? But this time let's do it without
about violence on the Illinois State Trooper side, huh?
Fuck the police.
That's a good idea. Well, we
Y'all
nobody's head.
Where is he at?
Maybe you do it that way next time.
Maybe next time don't hit a legal observer.
They
probably took his fucking badge. Take his fucking badge. They're not even protesting. Right, he over here hitting innocent fucking people.
Is that criminal?
Man, who the fuck are y'all? This is why, man,
Is he
bro.
on his way to Cook County?
I'm gonna stop paying taxes. This shit is crazy.
There's no consequence. No.
Sam, my shit somewhere
If
else.
I would have done that shit, I would have been arrested and beat, bro.
Yeah, period.
Pepper spray.
Right, bro. They can't do. Nah, they ain't
different
finna beat shit over here. Promise you that. Oh.
Let's try again, guys. Ready? Do better this time.
Do better.
Let's go.
She said do better this time for real. They ain't doing shit.
Enhance yourself. No hitting.
So what did we achieve?
All right, folks, we're coming out here to wrap up, just simply because we're running out of battery in our camera. We have been live for more than it looks like about 6.5 hours now that we have been live out here in Broadview, Illinois. All the craziness of the last few moments, the police pushing everyone back and around the corner here that you just saw, the one police officer going after a legal observer, the furor that sparked in the crowd, and then the advancement back here. I don't want any of it to distract from the real issue here, the issue that the protesters are out here to demonstrate against, which is through the darkness, through those police officers, through the state troopers, through the sheriff's deputies, and through the federal police, through the concrete barricades, through all of that. There is a building there, an ICE detention facility, a black site that exists in plain sight, where folks from around the Chicagoland area are being snatched up by ICE agents and other federal agents and disappeared into that facility, which we are hearing through a class action lawsuit filed just yesterday by by lawyers for the detainees, some detainees inside that facility right now. Those detainees are dealing with inhumane conditions, being deprived of sleep, being deprived of food, being denied access to lawyers, being pressured into signing documents that they cannot understand, signing away their rights, not having access to basic hygiene, not having access to the sun. It goes on and on like that. And the specifics will horrify and disgust you. Hopefully we have a chance to do a full video breakdown soon of what is all in that class action lawsuit. But I don't want the issue of what Chicagoland area is dealing with, these disappearances of people off of their streets, many of whom their only crime alleged is that they are in this country illegally. The Trump administration framed its actions here in the Chicagoland area, its crackdown on immigration, based purely on the idea that what it is doing here is about fighting crime. But in effect, what it is actually doing is snatching up day laborers, snatching up people doing their laundry, snatching up mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, breaking apart families, breaking apart communities. Let's not let that get lost in the spectacle and the state-sponsored police actions that are happening out here. Governor J.B. Pritzker, a Democrat, speaking against what the Trump administration is doing here in the state of Illinois, but yet putting his police on the ground to help support this effort to deny people the ability to demonstrate and protest this administration. For all of us here at Status Coup, thank you for being with us tonight. On behalf of myself, on behalf of John, on behalf of Jordan, Colin, Michelle, our whole team, thank you for being with us. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following us, supporting our journalism here on the ground. I will make one final plea to you, statuscoup.com/join. It's that financing, $5 a month from everyday people, that allows us to be on the ground. We do not take corporate money. We've spent $10,000 to be here on the ground and in the streets of Chicago right now, showing you scenes like what you've just seen play out here today. If you could go to statuscoup.com/join, $5 a month goes to help support the work that we are doing here. So again, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much and good night.